need to do that.
Oh, man. Oh, it wasn't even shocking this time, guys. It was just gross. Okay. Good morning, Kindred. And welcome back to the Season 2 finale of Vegas by Night. Mayday Roleplay's Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle. The day has finally come, and I could not be more happy with how this season is shaped up. I want to remind you why we all do this, very briefly. And that's because there is nothing as powerful as the two things tabletop storytelling brings together. And that's creating and community. We started telling stories together nearly 5 years ago and managed to become such huge daily parts of each other's lives because of it. It's not just enough that these are some of the most talented people I've ever had the chance to work with, but they're also so deeply ingrained in what I value in life. And so are you. So to everyone who takes the time out of their day to spend it with us, thank you and welcome to the table. If you're not familiar with what we do here, Season 1 of Vegas by Night is available on all major platforms, and you have plenty of time to catch up before Season 3, as well as Doomed to Repeat, our newest season, is coming out as we speak on all major platforms. I want you to check out our backlog there on YouTube, Twitch VOD, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. And while you're there, please consider writing us a 5-star review. It's one of the most proven ways you can help the channel grow, and it's instant. Helps us out a lot if you can consider. Or consider joining our Patreon and our Patreon Discord, where we are about to cross the 700 mark on our Patreon. We cannot thank you guys enough for the support, and we look forward to seeing more of you in there. Let's get that number growing. The Discord is active daily and full of some of the most amazing listeners and all of us, and it's available to you at any level of support. It has access to our Patreon Discord, and you can also gain access to our community-ran games featuring members of Mayday. So if you've ever wanted to play in a game with one of us, there's your chance. Joining today also gives you access to the wonderful world of Wildsea, a hex crawl adventure set in the system of the same name and ran by Sergio across the entirety of our server. Join a growing band of wild sailors as they cut a new path through the canopies of a new world past apocalypse. And finally, we'd like to remind you to tune in this summer for the next installment in Mayday's catalog, Inevitable. A doomed western where a group of heroes stare down the end of all things in a world haunted by prophecy. We'd finally like to give a shout out to our handler level Patreon contributors. It's because of all of you that we get to do this, and we can't thank you enough. A special thanks to Advance Wars Sammy, Bimblewart, Brandon C, Cameron S, Jonathan M, Kirby's Double, Matthew J, Moira, OGPan, REV, Ren, Tony D, Vince K, and Kai H.
We actually have one additional new one, Kaylee H.
Kaylee H, congratulations. You get your special shout out right there. That's incredible. Please be advised that there may be violent themes, plenty of adult language, and the exploration of darker subjects. Now, Mayday Roleplay employs safety tools at the table to prepare ourselves for the above, but you may need different accommodations to best help yourself. Please take care of yourself and be aware. Let's get started. Humanity was cursed, and the N-Gen couldn't have seen it coming. They, of course, were not the ones steering the great machine, just the ones keeping it moving. It was a farcical existence, theirs. Like deer on the highway, they just couldn't seem to be in the right place at the right time. It meant that again and again mistakes were made. The snake and the hound dog, the Roman and the rock, the patron and Pandora, the stray and the tribe, the shadow and the pilgrim. But in the purpose of our curse, so many mistakes with so much time meant for wisdom in equal measure. The trust there is in friends made when your back is against the wall cannot be understated. And they had never left the comfort of the corner they bare their teeth in. So they, like many others, left to the desert for wisdom, like we did so long ago. They, like pilgrims, took to march through the dirt until the stars spelled out their fortunes above them. And it was here that the stars called back. A destiny unavoided. A world closing in focus. Them like ants under scope. It was here that they first heard it. it would be much longer before they would choose to listen. They will do what they must. They will kill their darlings. Welcome to Vegas by night.
Frothy breast milk.
That was there. That was
really late.
Let's introduce our cast. My name is Caleb James Miller. I'll be your storyteller tonight. And someone else I haven't disclosed yet.
The hell's that supposed to be? Anyway, I'm Amanda, and I played Jackie Santana.
I'm Eli. I play Niles Ames.
I'm Lev. I play Mel.
I'm Sergio. I play Burrows. And someone else this evening?
Yeah! You can do it too!
Yeah!
No, you can't. I run this game. No, you can't.
Excuse me.
I'm Vince. I play Raguel.
I'm Zach, and I play Sybil. I will also be playing Caleb James Miller.
Yeah!
I knew it!
Well, if anyone was going to do it, it might as well be Zach.
It should be Zach.
Beautiful. Before we go to recap, is there anything you would like to declare about your sheets that have changed since last session, or would you like to keep things for a more dramatic reveal?
Secret.
Keep it spicy.
Okay.
Spicy.
Right. You've got mine. I've got yours. Yes. Secrets. Let's go. We have a recap from Mal.
All right. Okie doke. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a group of evil... No. A long time ago, in a place far away, 6 creatures found them... Nope, that's not it. My friends and I... My friends? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Before you were born, there was only darkness, with the tiniest sliver of light like the sunshine of dawn just over the horizon. The promise that maybe, someday, something would change. And then you were born, and that light became the most beautiful sunrise. The world was full of hope and dreams, a day that could be anything we ever wanted. And then after, it was like light had never existed in the first place. Until one day, when it was least expected, something came out of the darkness. Pinpricks of light, a city in the distance, the end of a tunnel, stars strewn across an endless sky. Constellations tell of warriors, foes, royalty and paupers lost to time, good omens and bad alike, and monsters, too, though they're kind of everywhere in this world. If you look up at the stars long enough, you'll see Ethan. Kind, stalwart, The eye that represents him sees all that could be, all that's coming, all he will do to thwart a terrible end. Those in his presence are made compassionate. Sybil isn't far away, a collection of stars a little to the south in the shape of a feather. Observant, diplomatic, and maybe a little conniving, but everyone needs a planner. The feather represents shedding expectation, bucking tradition, and forging your own path. Those in her presence are made self-assured. Burrows sits just east from there, a perfect ring of celestial bodies. He makes deals he can't always keep, spins yarns that would keep even the most jaded enthralled, sings a song to make even the birds go quiet. Poor decision or no, those in his presence are made confident. Niles can be a little hard to spot. The constellation of a boot that's usually upside down in the northern sky. But he endures through any time of year. Dragged forward, the light always visible, even though I think sometimes they wish they weren't. Survival by any means, a heart masked by claws. Those in her presence are made persistent. Even Jackie's there. A thin, long dagger of stars in the western sky can be seen, though she's further removed than most. Order and justice follow her. Curiosity and righteousness are her constant companions, for better or worse. Those in her presence are made discerning. They call the sky all around them Mal, the thing that stalks through the shadow behind the monsters, the thing that watches their back. Our monsters, the monsters you can trust. One night, the trustworthy monsters were sent down out of the sky to talk to another group of creatures. This other group calls an area named Red Rocks home. There are things that are trying to hurt them farther out in the distance, and there are things that want to keep them away in the sky. So they're kind of stuck in an impossible place with no real options. There's always a bigger monster, you know? The constellations were given a test to run from one end of a canyon to another without being killed, or they could catch one of the Red Rocks creatures. With trust and teamwork rarely seen by monsters of any kind, they managed to snatch one of their opposing creatures, pass the test, and win an audience with the Red Rocks leaders. And this is stupid. You probably think you're too big for bedtime stories now, huh? I keep seeing you. I know she's not you. And I follow her anyway. We chase and play, and it is almost good enough. And you've never steered me wrong before, so if there is a part of you somewhere in the echoing nothingness that wants me to go to a sobriety meeting in the middle of Vegas when I'm not even an addict, then sure, I'll go. Secular Organization for Sobriety, here I come. I mean, after we take care of... after the constellations finish their... This is stupid. Maybe I'll find something of you when I'm there.
Beautiful. Underneath those constellations, we've been traveling for some time since the trial. Largely silent, as your new friends the Gangrel in charge of your escort walk you through that throat of the earth, where just minutes ago you all had one of the most harrowing fights of your coterie. Warden Kiva, having joined once the fray had subsided, wordlessly called for your attention and your follow. Now, you're beginning to come to the end of the throat of the earth. While the gangrel that surrounds you are silent, a very large fellow that Niles had all but impaled, caught that strange, bald old man who had been climbing the walls, and the armless individual, burned half the side, still flicking at that Zippo. Is the coterie as silent? Or is there small conversation bouncing off the red-rocked walls of this small pathway winding through?
I think Niles is silent. I think they're not looking at anyone. Their hands are probably just covered, probably all the way up to the arm in vitae. Probably a little bit of vitae on the face. But they just keep pace with Kiva.
Niles, how does it feel out here, back in the wilderness, in nature, a place where you used to host every night of your life in? Is this familiar? Is it a stranger now? Is it trying to make friends with old ghosts?
I think there's a level of comfort. The silence here kind of reminds Niles more about the first, year when you spend by yourself, where survival is based on your own will, and there's a level of peace to that, and it's comforting. Niles has had to deal with so much of the noise of city life, and you don't realize how much you're tolerating until you remove yourself from it. And it's like a breath of fresh air, but at the same time, as Niles shifts their gaze across all of the gangrels that are leading us to the tribe, there's a bit of worry, because even anytime Niles has crossed paths with gangrels, it's an immediate rejection. And they do not know if that is going to happen here. If that was just her pack, or is this something bigger? I mean, there's inklings because of the way that Sylvie and even Sybil kind of react, but another tribe, that's a little bit more significant, and Niles is worried about it. But they're trying to be the best gangrel they can be from the protocols and what they've learned how to survive. And that's the only hope they have right now.
Hugh looks over, always sort of intuitive to your experience, and seeing the worry on your face, just put a hand on your shoulder. He remains wordless, like you, almost as if he's familiar with the protocol, but the two of you work soundlessly down the path. What about the rest of the engine?
Burrows looks around to see if any of these gangrel that are walking with them have a sniper rifle.
They don't seem to be carrying any sort of weaponry that isn't small melee weapons. You can see that on the larger man, the man who had been almost flipped by Niles, he's got a bat on a sort of like a chest strap that is hanging low around his hip there. Outside of that, you see some small knives on the others. No weaponry, or at least firearms.
Burrows walks up to the older gangrel kind of in a tone of, hey, you and I are on the same page because we both look kind of old. And he says, hey, just between you and me, anybody ever think to shoot out the lights like I did? Really fucked up your plans, didn't it?
Warden Kiva, the eldest among them, that woman who had initiated the trial, makes eye contact with you. And she looks bemused by the idea. And she clicks her head to and fro. No one's ever tried it. I was smart, though. Pissed off me well enough. I'll have to work on getting electricity back in my fucking camper. But I was smart.
If things go well, I'll get you a new one. How about that?
Sure. Good luck getting it out here.
Just walk on, making sure to give them enough space. He's not exactly sure how to handle the Gangrel, but he knows he's just got to look tough.
You can see there's a measured eye of Kiva on you. Like a lot of situations, Burrows, they find you to be a source of entertainment. But you've realized that in that lies an underestimation, meaning that they haven't seen what you're capable of yet. But out of all of them, it seems like Kiva has the best guess on you. She's measuring you up for a threat, a good one. You feel a sense of respect in the way her old, weathered eyes look at you.
I think Sybil is kind of walking with a bit of a smile on her face, and it's twofold. One, because I think Sybil has never really left Las Vegas. This is exactly the shit that your parents tell you what happens when you leave wherever they tell you not to leave. So she's like, roundabout way, but damn, they were right. And it is like exactly what hypervigilance like always makes you feel. So the fact that this is happening is like, we have what we have. It's okay. I think Sybil is alarmingly calm.
Is Sybil feeling at all like a gangrel out here?
No. I don't think Sybil knows the difference between feeling like a local and feeling like a gangrel. So she is comfortable, but I don't think she would ever call that being a gangrel.
Understood. You do have some measured looks, and you and Niles will notice this the most, that the others are trying to abide by Kiva, who is clearly leading the pack. But there are these sideways glances at the two of you, and you can tell that the larger individual, who you heard one of them refer to as Brook, does keep sniffing at the air around you two, like dogs sussing them each other out at the park.
Sybil turns to Brook and just says, "You can ask me questions. I don't know if that's how you do things, but if we have time to network while we walk, we might as well."
This huge, brooding man, again nearly 7 feet tall, with these marred marks along his chest, almost like he had taken on some large cat and lost, or won. You can't tell the difference. He looks at you with these wild eyes, far too blue, and under the moonlight they shine even brighter against his dark skin. And he just, with this manic grin on his face, pulls a very large, too large finger to his lips and tells you very gently to be quiet.
Okay, that's fine too. Keeps walking.
Jackie, Raguel, anything?
Jack is going to stare at the stars for a little bit before, because she's got like 4 superficial damage, like with the claws in the chest, and is bleeding out quite profusely. So she's gonna actually kind of find like a boulder to sit on for a couple minutes to basically, from her understanding of superficial health damage, rousing blood, I believe multiple times because her resolve's kind of high. But she gets hungrier. She gets a lot hungrier. It's not seen now, but there's going to be, I would say, as she's gathering herself, like really rousing, trying to help heal some of those wounds, you're going to, dark bruises, like red, are about to form. You're going to see the ears and bits of the nose, but specifically her hands in specific spots because of her stigmata is coming out, and it will start to. So Jackie's like a bloody mess who's just tired, and then kind of. I just really need something to eat right now. It just following along and kind of maybe slurred drunky in that slurred drunkish kind of way that is very.
You all would notice, especially Niles, but you see that the Gangrel clue in as well, that as those stigmata begin to bleed, vitae fills the air. Fresh vitae, even more so than the wounds suffered earlier in the trial. And it is enough to draw attention to the fact that Jackie back there is dripping fresh, hot vitae.
Burrows would probably do the gentlemanly thing and go back to her, kind of support her a little bit and say, oh, we're going to get to their camp soon. I'm sure they got something.
God, I hope so. Oh, I hope so. Don't eat me, though.
Just because I lick some vitae once in a while.
Yeah, you don't like this vitae.
How does her blood smell?
It's... Honestly, if you were to describe it as anything, it smells aggressive. Like something you're not supposed to have, but all the better. Like spicy food, Burrows. Jackie bleeds like great hot heat. The sort that makes your throat clear and your nasal passages breathe, right?
Should note that it is noxious blood too in her system, so mortals cannot handle it. So,
if any of the Gangrels are looking back at Jackie while they're dripping, I think Niles is just going to drift in that way of just like being in front, where like keep the eyes off of Jackie, or like, at least standing in front of their eyesight and just keeping an eye on any of those glances that look back.
The individual who was burned and brought out that Zippo lighter in front of Jackie, who you've heard referred to as Ash Throat on the path through here, does make direct eye contact with you, Niles, and sort of cants her head curiously in the direction of your friend there. But again, this sort of bestial hyena's smile that is supposed to be dominating, supposed to be territorial, is offered in your direction before she gives up the ghost in terms of curiosity, turns her head, and continues moving forward. And that's when you all see a flag down of Kiva with two fingers at the front of the pack as the throat of the world begins to open up into a further clearing. It is still edged out by this red rock on all sides that continues into this maze-like quality that this valley has. But it is definitely a much wider space for all of you to inhabit. And you see that in this clearing that makes up a few tens of yards, you have an outcropping, a camp, essentially. These hung ridge poles and makeshift canopies pieced together with old fabric. You think maybe even upcycled clothes that have been sewn together to form these outer refuges. And you see that there's the remnants of past gathers passed around this place, various trash and leavings, anything you might notice in a campground. And it seems that this is one of the many places the Red Rock tribe keep themselves in company. You see in the center, the most notable thing about this area is a series of antlers. You think of large bucks, it must be, that have been detached from the head and then pierced through the dirt. You think they must have been hammered and arranged in direct, careful order to form this large circle that leaves one entrance into it, almost like a fairy circle you might see in a hiking trip, with just enough space for one individual to pass into this large circle. And you would say that it's large enough to accommodate tens of people, maybe a gathering of 60 people within this circle. As you enter into the clearing, Kiva takes those two fingers she used to indicate to the rest of you that you were arriving and whistles sharply into them. And it echoes throughout the valley as it bounces off the cave walls, the red rocks in front of you. And before long, the ground begins to move underneath you, like a small tremor of the tectonic plates that take place under these rocks. And before you can even wonder what they may come from, the first of them appear from under the earth. You see as this human face begins to climb free from the clay rock dirt. Rock that on the ground surface you're stepping on, and can confirm for yourself there's no way it was ever loose enough to house a human body, let alone anything that could worm its way through this dense, tightly packed earth. But let alone this person who is now climbing free from it, but without any exertion. They are almost levitating free from the earth as the earth moves to accommodate them rather than the other way around. And you notice that many begin to arrive this way as these limbs are beginning to cascade out of the earth and back to the surface. As you can see, these individuals are opening their eyes for the first time and coming to as they climb free from the surface. Sybil and Niles. Niles, you've seen this in person before. Sybil, I'm sure you've read about it somewhere. But this largely is the way that the Gangrel make their homes out here in the wilderness. And as they all come to this gathering of the Red Rock tribes, it begins to take shape as these individuals are silent, the same as your pack that has escorted you, and all beginning to look daggers in the direction of the engine. There's all walks of creeds, kinds of types, all of them just the same in terms of general demeanor. They all radiate a sort of Niles about them. And there are shades of Sybil among them too. It's when you see the same breed of dog. And they all seem to share those traits. But chief among them is in the center as she climbs out from the center of those antlered rings. A beautiful woman who is hardened by what used to be the sun, but is clearly very strong in her demeanor, interpretation. She is darkened skin with this long black hair that is braided in at the ends, and it seems to be wildly long, reaching down to her back, almost to her legs. She is well toned, and you can see the definition along her midsection as the vest she wears and has buttoned along her torso shows off the peak of those abs underneath. Her arms are well defined as well, and she is what you imagine would be just approaching her 30s or just past. She wears this headband essentially that pushes back some of her hair to keep it free from her eyes. And she has these beautiful, beautiful hazel eyes that are now glinting in the light of this place. Very strong. And at her side, in her hands, is an object that none of you have ever laid eyes on before. It is a strange, twisted, blackened spinal column, fused with obsidian, and what you see is scorched bone, and runs almost 4 feet long, and she carries like a cane or a blade at her side. What's immediately apparent is that spine is not human. It's too large, with vertebrae shaped like knife blades almost, and bits of ore embedded into the sides. And the ends are wrapped in some sun-bleached hide and bound with strips of marked copper. She plants it in the ground, and you can feel beneath your feet a low auditory hum, as you can feel almost like a tuning fork along the center of this circular clearing. Hugh turns to you, Niles, and whispers to your side, "That's Morgan, and you need her to like you."
I nod at him, understanding that, and look back over in the direction of Morgan as we stand here.
There is this strange standoff between all of you as your escorts take a place behind the engine and the rest of the tribe forces themselves in front. You're surrounded, not in a predatory situation, but more so a territorial one. They are waiting for who it is that will make the first move. And you can see that all of these Gangrel are in direct deference to this woman in the center. It is not a question of where their eyes are, and while the individuals who were walking with you before may have been interested in you on the way in, now all eyes for all of them are on Morgan in the center.
Burrows, never someone who can stand the silence, speaks up and says, "Well, I can speak on behalf of everybody here. My coterie, none of us have ever seen a desert rose bloom in the moonlight, and now we can say we have. I'm Burrows. Who might you be?"
Burrows, let's start this off, my friend. Could I get a... let's call it a composure plus persuasion.
Okay.
Serge, you have to have crazy game. You can say such nice, cool things to people.
I was gonna say, Jackie. Kind of. I feel like Jackie's also right on him because he's kind of helping her prop up a little bit.
I throw Jackie off to make it seem like I'm
honestly,
more available.
I'll be like, I would have pushed you off too. We would have both pushed each other off and like, hello there.
Sybil catches
composure
Jackie.
and what?
Composure and persuasion.
Come on.
Which should be a pretty good pool.
Yes, it is. I'm going to burn a willpower. Okay, that's 3 successes.
Okay. With 3 successes, you can see that the room does not lighten to the experience, but there are individuals looking to Morgan who then size up Burrows, break eye contact just long enough to see just how that pickup line sets in the air there.
Just a
And
compliment.
as the compliment of the desert rose falls into this clearing and bounces off the walls with echo. It's a little harder to hear yourself flirting like this when it comes back in stereo and receives no audible response.
I think Niles will step up after that.
Okay.
Oh, that's
okay.
swing and a miss.
I just would like to say that this was not a horrible response. It was just not met with any sort of expression.
Yeah. It's not
Niles
easy.
steps up and he's like, "What'd I do?"
I just want to be like assurance. It's like, it's okay. I won't make eye contact with Kiva, but still try to just seem bigger than I am. But I'll simply say, we appreciate the audience from you and all the tribe.
Before I can give you anything, and she speaks almost immediately as a leader. Resoluteness in her voice, calm and strong, soft to a point, but uniquely in control of this place. This sort of casual nature that adopts someone who knows that they are in a trusted place and that you can do no harm while they are here. They look to all of you and explain there is something that you all must do. I am to ask you to partake in the trial of word and blood. You've already been invited to this gather by virtue of proving yourself. But this is to commit yourselves further to the Red Rock tribe. I will ask 3 questions of you. Those questions will be asked by 3 individuals from your coterie. And based on your answers, I will dictate whether it is that you can hear what our tribe has to say and be invited to tonight's gather. She looks to you, Niles, having stood up, and then to Burrows. Am I to assume the 2 of you are in charge of this group?
I'm willing to take the responsibility of this group.
Yeah, me too.
As an independent third nation in this, I feel like I should probably speak up. And
Sybil's holding you up. Go ahead.
Jackie, I will. I'm kind of an independent. I'll also. They don't really speak for me, but
we hear everyone out.
Yes.
But yes, we all of our opinions are important. To sum that up.
Whatever level of collaboration is needed among all of you, I will give you all whatever time you need. Decide amongst you the 3 that will be submitted for the trial. And trust that you choose 3 that will not be so argumentative. And she looks between Niles and Burrows and now Jackie. You want to be a unified front when you come before the Red Rock tribe.
We will make sure of it. Thank you.
Kiva walks all of you gesturing to one of the canopies. And there seems to be a break of the standoff for a moment as the trial of word and blood has been called for. Morgan breaks to begin discussing with her people, but there are never a shortage of eyes on the group of you as Kiva walks you in to this smaller corner of this clearing so that you all can decide what's the next move.
Burrows steps into the huddle and is like, I think she likes me, guys. I'm just saying.
Really?
You think she does like you?
She's playing hard to get.
Sure.
I've seen this a million times.
So I think we can all say that points to Burrows. This one, I think we could all agree.
Niles for sure.
Maybe not have this one. I do respect you a lot, Burrows. You just tend to, you pop things off like proposing. It's a little unpredictable.
You're saying I'm not dependable?
I'm just saying you're also engaged, so maybe tone down the flirting a little bit. You want to be a stand-up.
How is that the same as just speaking up to the leader of the Red Rocks right now in the way that you did?
Listen. I didn't even speak up. I was concerned about this one, pointing to Burrows, saying something that represents the whole group.
Fucking foot in your mouth at the same fucking time.
Who wants to do the trial? It feels inappropriate for me not to do the trial.
I agree.
I mean, it is a trial of what they say, mouth and something. I mean,
Word and blood.
Word and blood.
I'm pretty okay with blood.
It's
Also, I didn't talk to anyone.
You didn't.
So I've kept my mouth shut, which I think is a real boon for us. So if we want me to keep my mouth shut, maybe I shouldn't, but I would like to do it if you want me to. But I also don't care.
Well, I do think it makes sense that our gangrels
That are gangrels, yes.
Yes, or gangrel-like. Go ahead and I don't want to volunteer you both, but it just makes sense.
I would feel much more comfortable if you were there, Niles.
I'll be there.
Well, I'm just busting your balls. I don't care if I'm a part of this thing or not. I'm really kind of sick of all these trials. So if you need me, yeah. If not, I'll hang back.
Do you think I could ask them for a change of clothing?
Actually, we can work on food and things like that. Yeah. I don't know if you guys get like a box to watch or something, but
if you need a third, I'll help.
You don't. I got a feeling you getting injured and some of that gets out into the air. I
think Mal should go. Mal caught one of the gangrels.
That's true.
Oh.
Mal's earned the right to speak here.
Very true.
I fuck up when I talk a lot, though.
Then don't talk.
Hugh speaks up then and says, it might be a good idea. Listen, these folks look towards the strongest among you, and if you've already demonstrated that, hey.
They're also looking for your word in terms of trust, not in eloquence or flattery. They want your honesty. They want to know
I'm good at that.
You can be worth their time.
That's true.
So there's no need for flourishing or bureaucracy. Look at Jackie. Or prophecy. Look at Raguel.
If you want me, I'm there.
We also have 2 investigators staying behind. So if there's anything you can find out while we're doing the trial about these people or anyone else we might be here for, she says without saying Pandora.
I can matlock that shit, no worries. I appreciate you viewing me as an investigator.
I don't think they're going to talk to us until we complete this.
I don't know. Burrows can. He's been known to get people in. He could strike up a conversation with anybody.
Okay, I'll be a little bit more blunt. Maybe we just need to shut the fuck up until we do what they ask us to do, and not push our luck. What do you think about that?
Jesus,
I don't think you're wrong.
I'm hoping for.
Oh, I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
We can't snoop our way out of everything.
Speaking of, and at that point, is there someone else from the Red Rocks that I can poke the head out of the huddle and speak to?
Kiva is almost directly next to you.
Fantastic. So glad I didn't say Pandora. Okay. Do we have, speaking to Kiva, rules about hunting in this territory? Do we have to clear it with anyone first? Can my coterie just eat?
We can provide for those that were hurt during the trial.
Okay.
And make sure that they are fed. But outside of that, we can only tend to the injuries that happened because of us. Until word and blood has been passed. Then you are welcome to anything in our tribe.
And
within reason.
Fair enough. That sounds good.
Get everything we need if we take care of this first.
Kiva does gesture to Hugh and says, of course, as an honorary member, he is willing to partake in anything you would need before the trial, if you are in desperate straits.
Okay. And we have our 3.
Excellent. Then you'll follow me to Elder Morgan's tent. Come along. She gives that scout signal again. Walks.
Don't get in trouble, you 3.
Yeah, good luck, y'all.
Good luck. Thumbs up.
Niles, Sybil, and Mal follow in the stretch of that sun-touched woman, Kiva. The old wrinkles of her walking out into the moonlight. as she takes you guys into this main tent that sits at the north of the clearing where Morgan has taken herself into. Before we get to that trial, I'd like to know what Jackie, Raguel, and Burrows have intending for themselves in terms of, I think there was some spying talked of. Is there anything that the three of you would like to do while the trial is going on that we can knock out right now?
Could Jackie actually get like a little mini fashion makeover in between? Because the blood dripping thing, like covered in blood, I would like that in this time she can borrow some clothes. So I'm assuming it will be a very different look for Jackie. So maybe like a white beater t-shirt, leather pants type, very different from what you normally see her in.
Yeah, Hugh takes you with him and begins speaking to someone he refers to as Luca, who is that lanky, shirtless fellow who was howling behind all of you during the trial. That raggedy, unkempt hair long past his shoulders and grizzled 5 o'clock shadow along his face. And you can see that Hugh has this request put through that maybe we could reclothe you. You're taking Jackie into one of the tents surrounding this area to this collection of fabrics that has been stowed into this wicker basket, essentially. And it is not so much clothing as much as it is wrapping. But there are also different accoutrements to go with that as well. There's these handmade jewelry pieces that are made of obsidian and animal teeth and the bones of different things that have come through. You even see human femur bones that have been cracked in half and made into different necklaces and chain links, basically. There are piercings that are made of bone and different metals from around the area, but there's absolutely enough in here to get you a good old Gangrel makeover. What is it that you end up looking like by the end of this, changing out of those bloodied clothes?
Okay, yes. So, I'm going to go ahead and take, I'm seeing like a bunch of like claw necklaces. So I will go ahead and put some claw necklaces on. The closest thing to like how you say like a wrap shirt, like sleeve type thing, honestly, just covering up the big bits mostly from everybody else, but kind of creating like a vest situation. And I would say whatever scrap of sewn together pants, maybe like one half of the leg is missing on one, so it's definitely, and I'm going to say some combat boots, because why not? We're completing this ensemble.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right, you're feeling a lot more in tune with that beast inside. You won't go turning into a coyote anytime soon, but you look a little more local.
Jackie's hair is also now red because of the blood from everything, so that'll explain the red hair. There we go.
Yeah, we've got some matted red clumps in that hair of yours.
Well.
Burrows turns and sees Jackie walk in and says, "Oh, hell, the rural look looks real good on you, Jackie."
I'm not, no.
You're a nobody city girl now.
Yeah, no. It's not my normal. Like, you'll see sometimes like try to cover this tummy too. Like, that's something they're not used to.
Hugh jerks a thumb back towards the tent they had just left and looks to you, Burrows, and says, "I think I saw a codpiece in there if you want to get in on the fun, John."
Very funny. Hey, Hugh, I was going to ask you, man, how do you like your ride? I'm in the market for a new one.
I like it just fine. I mean, it's damn fast, even if it might not look it. Luxury, clean, beautiful, black, sleek. It's everything that you want. The one I'm driving now, that's just for field experiments, but I needed something that could take the rocks, you know?
Yeah, that's the one I meant. Burrows kind of like saddles up next to him and, kind of shoots the shit for a minute, and he's like, "So, you and Niles?"
Yeah, I guess. Me and Niles, yeah.
I'm kind of navigating this whole thing myself. I'm still in the mode of dating mortals, you know what I mean? I haven't quite yet found me a nice kindred to saddle up to. How does that work?
I went through that phase too. When I had first turned, I convinced myself I could keep dating my girlfriend, and let me tell you, it just never works out. They always end up, don't worry about it.
The things between me and Chardonnay are different.
Chardonnay. Yeah, of course, Chardonnay. Listen, making the switch is easy, but there are differences. Love doesn't come easy to us. It's almost twice as hard to trust in a place like this.
Especially when you got a person like Niles. I mean, they're fierce, but they're scared too.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think sometimes it's the environment, right? We spend too much time in a place that isn't for us, and we start thinking ourselves that it's normal, you know?
Yeah, I'll kind of, friendly rib them and be like, hey, man, good luck with all that.
Yeah.
They're a good person.
Yeah, he is. I'm really lucky, but, you know, if I could just give you some advice, if you're moving things away from the mortals, is feelings don't change when you're dead. They just get worse. Know who you're getting in bed with. And just because she still bleeds doesn't mean she's not, important. Chardonnay.
Yeah, good point. You got to know who you're getting in bed with. I feel like I do. That's nice. Good talk.
Yeah. Good talk, John.
Does John looks around, kind of like wanders away from the area that we're in? Do the Gangrel give me any flack if I wander towards them, start talking to them?
It is like you're visiting a remote village, like you've come to visit on, as a tourist in a place that doesn't get much visit. So there are definitely looks, and they're definitely weary of your presence. But it seems that while your friends are still undertaking the trial, they can't do anything about kicking you out of this place. And so consider it a watchful gaze. But you're allowed your mosey around the cabin.
I just want to walk up to Brooke, that big guy, and want to look him up and down and say, hey man, how'd you get those scars?
Oh, it's an interesting story. It's when I started with the tribe, my first year. They put you through your paces to prove you're a part of the Red Rocks.
What the hell kind of animal scratched at you, or was it just one of them?
Oh, the worst kind of animal. And he points in direction of Luca, that individual who helped get Jackie clothed. He's like a wild animal, that one, when you let him go. We're the same age, and we're the only two that survived that night. You ever been in a fight club?
I've seen the movie, but no, I can't say I have.
Movie ain't shit compared to the real thing, buddy. Until you're ripping entrails for the last night, you don't know what life is like. It's the first day being dead. God, was it good.
Cool story. Hey, listen, you and your teammates ever heard of somebody named Dino? He's a Ravnos. He's been poking around, I heard, around these parts. You seen him around lately?
You see, Brooke is giving you this big, manic nod over and over again the second that Dino's mentioned. Yeah, we know the wild one. He comes through every so often. Him and his gang.
When was the last time you seen him?
Not for months. We've been holed down here for what feels like forever. Morgan's got us sleeping in the ground almost every minute of every day. It's the worst. You ever tried to get rocks out of your fucking head? It's not easy, brother.
Oh, I was wondering if there's any downsides to that, because it sure is a neat trick.
There's plenty of downsides. It's like sleep paralysis down there. I'm still blinking, still looking, still hungry, but I don't get to come up for hours until we know it's for clear.
Damn.
It's better than being tossed to the wights out there. You don't know the screams till you heard one of them get a hold of somebody.
Well, hopefully we can take care of that problem for you.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. Sign of the times.
Sign of the times. You want to meet my friend Raguel? And he'll walk over and try to drag Raguel into the conversation.
Yeah, sure. You ever been in a fight club? He says to Raguel.
Sure haven't. Nope. Got shot in the head, though.
Really?
Yeah.
You got something that shows for it?
I do. Yeah. Well, pull off the beanie.
Brooke, who has been adopting this sort of manic enthusiasm about having something new and even just being able to look out at the night sky without being 6 feet under, all of a sudden goes cold. Uniquely, the expression falls from his face as you move that hat and reveal that third eye. He looks at you, square in, really noticing what you are for the first time. And he looks between you and John. Have a good night. And he walks away.
Burrows watches him walk away and then turns to Raguel and be like, damn, you have that effect on people?
Not normally.
I mean, is there something about Salubri that Gangrel don't get along with?
Not that I know of. Not anything Moker's ever mentioned, no.
Interesting. That was an interesting reaction. We got to remember that. Yeah.
Should I put the hat back on?
I don't know. I kind of like it with it off. It makes him uneasy, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to freak anybody out, though. Just for the time being. I'll pop it back on, because I saw all the fucking nods. So...
Peer pressure. It's real. Is there anything else we'd like to accomplish as we're walking around the Gangrel camp out here? Is there any sleuthing we plan to do, or are we going to the trial here?
Honestly, just go to the trial. Maybe I can't speak for everyone. Jackie's just doing, when I mean it's not sleuthing, she is just clocking just the area, like camp, exits, entrance, see if there's anything that is hidden that would be like, okay, that's how they're keeping us in watcher. But that's all she's doing.
Inside the tent, Morrigan is just beginning to take a seat in this well-worn, almost driftwood completed rocking chair in the center of her tent. It does seem to be her personal quarters as the three of you are escorted in. Kiva stands, setting back the doors to the tent and playing bouncer. There's a large makeshift cot, which is more pillows along the floor and these well-worn leathers and what feels like sheep's wool almost set out, and then a large array of sleeping bags. You almost might think that maybe there are cuddle puddles in this room sometimes, just judging from the sheer amount of beds in that corner. Before she sits down, you do get a glimpse of just how tall she is. Nearly 6 feet tall, if not scraping over it. She's bronzed, well worn with her body, very physical, and her black hair, the braid directly to her right, most in front of her bangs, is streaked with silver and braided through with feathers, teeth, and at the very end, this very old bronze coin that every so often as she sits flips and gives you the face and reverse over and over, flipping heads.
Caleb, we're all already gay. You don't need to convince us she's hot.
Listen, it was finale. I had to give you guys something.
Thank you.
Mother.
We're all fighting in Discord over this.
Really fighting for my life right now.
Yeah,
100%.
I can almost physically see you guys typing in the group chat. And I only knew it was happening because I've been in that group chat before. And I gotta say, it hurts to not be there right now.
It's a lot of, oh shit, she's hot. You know what it is.
Gifts.
She has these sparked orange, almost firelight irises in her eyes. And she wears these treated hide tops over this modern vest and what looks almost like tactical belts along these leather pants she's wearing. And on one side she has a knife, and on the other, maybe the only firearm you've seen so far with the Red Rock tribes, this very large old revolver, well tended to. You're guessing maybe a Smith & Wesson, if anyone knows firearms. She sits and she takes that knife from her side, she puts it into her palm, and she first cuts her hand, bleeding vitae onto the floor of this place. And she speaks and says, we begin the trial of word and blood. I have initiated with the first spill. Let the first volunteer approach to answer their question.
I'll step up first. I think Mal's feeling a little out of their depth because the other two are gangrels and have kind of a part in this, and wants to kind of just like almost prove themselves as worthy to be as they are.
Your name, your tribe, your kills.
My name's Mal. I'm Lasombra. What kind of kills do you want?
The number.
At least 5, I think. Probably more.
It's hard to read her. Even as she says all of this, those eyes don't really move. The lips don't show expression. Her face is this strong, angular, stoic expression across from you. She never leaves your eyes, though. It is a haunting level of connection there already, as she refuses to look away, whether you do or do not.
I think Mal tries to match. Mal is at like match energy levels because all Niles has talked about it is not showing weakness, and so I think by just trying to emulate her and be on her level is the best Mal has right now.
Mal, of tribe Lasombra. When the beast calls, do you silence it or sing with it?
Sometimes silence is a safer route than singing. Stealth and hiding can keep you alive. But when it's necessary, I'll sing.
When was the last time you sang?
I mean, I caught up to one of your friends in the canyon. That felt pretty musical to me.
You can see that this is maybe the first crack in the expression. An amused smile. She hands you the blade in her hand and demonstrates her own bloodied palm. Offer yours to mine.
I don't respond. I just pull the blade through.
She takes the blade back, and as the vitae drips slow like tar from your hands, it melds with hers on the ground of this leather basin in front of you, this collection of cloths. And the second that the two blood pools connect, there is this strange steam that lifts and begins to fog the tent to a certain extent as it lifts out along your feet, almost like a smoke machine. And then she gestures to the right, having you step off. The next to partake in the trial.
I'll go next.
Your name, your tribe, and your kills.
Sybil, Gangrel, and I've killed a lot, but I only count the ones that I've tasted, so 3.
She takes this deep breath, looking into you. What do you owe the land that holds you?
Well, I was born here, so I suppose everything. But I also want everything else. So I only owe it a promise that I will always obsess over it, either in love or hatred.
She offers the knife.
Take it. Use it.
The steam continues to build in the room, hot and white, fogging any surfaces that will take it. It extends up from the ankles now to your midsections. She calls for the last initiate.
Niles will step forward.
Name, tribe, kills.
Niles, Gangrel, 10 kills.
You can feel that Morgan hesitates in the first of this trial. And you can immediately feel a sense that you are being zoned in on, almost supernaturally. A gaze so powerful that it feels like everything fades away, and Morgan's face becomes the only thing that you feel as though you can focus on. I need you to make a resolve plus subterfuge roll.
One success.
Would you like to expend a willpower?
I only have 2 dice in the pool, and the one that failed was my hunger dice, so I can't.
There's nothing to save you. Morgan is seeing you, and you can feel it. Those powerful orange eyes dancing like campfires behind her sockets. But whatever she sees, she doesn't share. If we fall, what do you carry of us?
We carry our word. The only thing we have is our word. It's the only thing that passes with each step we take. It's the only thing that matters. That's the legacy of the Gangrel.
Niles, I'd like you to make a persuasion plus composure roll.
Four successes.
Morgan looks to you and goes to give you the knife, and halfway through flips the hilt, retrieving it back. She makes direct eye contact with you, holding you there for a moment, arms outstretched. At first, I didn't see it, but it must be there. She hands you the knife.
Niles will take it, maybe linger for a moment, and then they will, still looking at Morgan, make the cut.
The blood seeps and Morgan fades from view as the steam begins to rise in this place to the top of the tent, climbing to maybe a height of 12 feet. What was a person a few feet from you in that rocking chair in front of you, now you can truly only see a few feet in either direction around you. And Morgan is nowhere to be seen. In fact, if it were not for the leathers underneath your feet, you'd wonder if you were even in the tent anymore. With just how much your vision becomes clouded. Niles, you see him first. Wits plus awareness.
One success.
With one success, very large jackboots set out from the steam. An old, worn pair with writing carved into the sides with a switchblade. A memory floods you of when you remember seeing it carved. Utility pants tucked into them tight, hard canvas, worn and broken over, patches and sutures that you sewed yourself because he never would. Climbs up to a belt, large, powerful, familiar buckle in the center, a skull with a single fang and another chipped canine. Powerful body, tall, strong, toned, familiar. You know the knuckles. You remember the scars on them. You remember seeing them close to your face every time they came to punish you. Higher still, a beard, long, scraggly, touched by gray in the center, where his age began to show before he lost it. And then the eyes, piercing and green, familiar. Maul is standing before you. Do you have an action?
The first action, I think it's just the natural action, the need to run. It steps back. I refuse to turn my back to this person. I just want to get away from them. So,
give me a dexterity plus athletics.
two successes.
Mal, it's then that you see him, centered in front of your vision. Tall, silver-haired, a large black business coat running about his ankles. Underneath, expensive dress, designer, a tie, skinny against his collar. His face is worn with age, but it holds a quiet dignity as that bridged nose extends out. You can see his eyes meet yours. He's measuring you, as he always did. And in his hand, it's the same exact item he held the first you met him. What's your instinct?
There's a part of Mal that wants to run and the part of Mal that wants to fight. And they war with each other so fiercely that it becomes nothingness. They fall into the void of freezing. And a little bit of like shadow cloak starts to try and like shimmer around their shoulders and flick out from their feet, but it's not. They know that it's not going to be enough to keep them from his view.
Roll me an oblivion plus stealth.
2. Stealth. Sorry. I'm scared now. Stealth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Okay. 7.
Okay. Sybil. It's then that you see him. Hunched, feeling his age. He hobbles into view. Work shoes, heightened to adjust the issues with his ankles. His pants cuffed as he has done them for the last 30-odd years. His shirt tucked into his belt, embroidered with his name along the lapel, like it always has been. His skin, aged with liver spots, wrinkled around the knuckles, the elbows, his face. Dark skin, matching yours in shade and intonation. Kind, searching eyes of a man who seldom speaks, but is always listening. The same shade as your eyes. Well-kept beard. Prominent mustache over which. Shorn head, now almost completely silver. He wears a lanyard that speaks to the Samstown Casino. What's your instinct?
Sybil was prepared to fight, and I think is suddenly out of breath and just running towards him.
The steam dissipates for the three of you, and the tent returns. Morgan sitting in her rocking chair. The blood stained the leathers below. The knife returned to her belt. She stands up. She extends out her arms to all of you. And in a welcoming gesture, says to the three of you, "You're now within the tribe, and I invite you to our gather." And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Oh, baby. That's on time.
That one was just confusing. I like it, though. Dunkaroos. I haven't had Dunkaroos in forever. Hello.
I think about that cream all the time. That was not a thing to say.
Oh, okay. I see where you were going now. Right. Thanks for telling us about the cream, bud. Okay. Welcome back. Outside the tent, as they are being welcomed into the tribe, Raguel, Burrows, Jackie, you all are privy to a heated conversation that looks like it's happening to the northwest of where that tent housing the trial is. The large individual you were talking to earlier, Brooke, and the wiry coyote fellow that howled before you, Luca, seems to be in firm conversation with an older Native American man. You think maybe the same tribe as Morgan, who is in the middle of trying to talk them down from something, is what you can tell from this distance. But they're speaking in hushed whispers that then brings Kiva into the discussion. And this older Native American individual in this almost like camouflage tactical gear is trying to hold back Luca the coyote with a hand against his chest. Is there anything the three of you would like to do as this is happening?
You said Kiva's trying to hold Luca back?
Kiva has moved in. The older Native American man in the camouflage is holding back Luca. Brooke is trying to talk sense into him from the side, and it seems as though there is a group of Gangrel on both sides.
Okay.
Jack is gonna lean forward like, y'all know something about that?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Must some kind of marital squabble. I don't know. Should we check it out?
If you can get close without arousing suspicion, otherwise, I don't know. I don't know if you want to be seen poking around over there.
I'm just curious if it has to do with the wights. I mean, they must be daily trying to deal with it nightly. I mean,
yeah, probably. Yeah.
It's technically our business if it is.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. I actually may activate my silent step, and what I plan to do is I will like to do. You know how like you're like doing that walkabout? You're just doing a walkabout, trying to get a lay of the land. I'm not trying to be too on the nose. I'm just like getting stir crazy, so I'm just walking about, and I kind of want to be trying to see if I can catch a little bit of what they're saying.
Cool. Go ahead and give me dexterity plus subterfuge. We'll reduce the DC because you are so quiet.
Okay. It was what in subterfuge? So sorry.
Subterfuge and dexterity.
Gotcha. All right. Took a minute. This dex is good.
And do remember all those lovely hunger dies from.
Oh, I know. That's the.
That's
Jesus
the trouble.
Christ, it's not good. That's right. Just. It's. We're gonna re-roll that. We're gonna re-roll that.
Yeah. Remember, willpower can only re-roll non-hunger die. So
I know. Yep. Very aware. 2.
2. Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Damn.
Is that a coffin roll? No.
Yes. So you you're trying to be inconspicuous the best you can.
Right.
You end up essentially being on the outskirts of these two burgeoning crowds. You know, it's probably a group of maybe 12 people altogether, not by all means the entire tribe, as there are a couple dozens within, but it seems like the main conceit is between Luca and this elder Lakota individual with this graying long braid that runs down his back and a bulletproof vest over that camouflaged hunting gear almost. He looks like he's about to go on a big hunting trip. And the tail end that you collect from him is that the elder individual with the hand against Luca's chest says, listen, if you want to get yourself killed for Chaksa's ideas, that's up to you. But you're going to get killed. To which Luca responds in these hushed terms. It's very clear it's the couple having an argument at a dinner party. They don't want the guests to overhear. But Luca pipes back up, a hand in his face, as the others are trying to keep him calm, Rook especially. Luca says, listen, if we wait any longer, we're gonna fucking die out here, so it'll happen either way. If we don't move back into the city, we've got nowhere else to be. You really want to sleep in the ground for 3 more fucking months? The other individual in his face. Listen, some of us are with you. Chaksa for sure. He has good ideas, absolutely. But are you really willing to lose your life over it? And Luca, to his face, yeah, I am. I'm calling for the trial. And he moves past that individual and through the crowd as the people who were behind his back, Brooke especially, begin following him as he leaves through this northern passage further into the labyrinth. And you slink away. You're starting to get a lot of looks towards the end of that before you can hear any of the juicier details after Luca is gone.
I'm gonna acknowledge some of the looks and nod them along, but I'm gonna basically have like this kind of look of innocence. It's like kind of just like walking around, nodding, and I'm gonna go back to Burrows and Raguel and be like, so from what I understand, a trial's about to be called out, and apparently some of the Gangrel don't want to be out here. They want to come to the city.
Burrow rolls his eyes and says, another damn trial? Shit.
Another damn trial. Just another day in my life.
Well, the whole city talk's interesting because we had our buddy Sylvie insist that they not come into the city.
That's why I wanted to bring that to your attention. It's interesting, but just keep your eyes out.
At that moment, Morgan passes open the door to the tent as Kiva begins returning to her bouncer duties, and leaves with your 3 party members, Sybil, Niles, and Mal. The 3 of them nursing new vitae wounds on their hands, but outside that, they don't seem to be dead, which bodes well for the trial. Morgan collects the 3 of you outside of that tent, especially paying attention to Niles and Sybil. Not that Mal has been excluded, but it's very clear that the clansmen are treated first. Morgan speaks to the 3 of you and says, for all intensive purposes, as long as you are here, you are part of the tribe, and we recognize you as honorary members. This affords you all of the same that it would in your darling Elysium, where the towers are high. For as long as you are here, I will protect you, I will feed you, I will clothe you, I will keep you here. I have a lot to do tonight. Before the gather is called, there's much to accomplish. But if there is anything that I can do, anything that we can do for each other, I'd be interested in discussing further, whether that is during the gather or following. I know why you're here. I know that Ellis wouldn't let this sit so long without some form of communication. And as much as he enjoys talking to me, I'm sure that it's about time I talk to him. So whatever I have to do to facilitate something easier for all of us, I will. But you've come at a strange time. I've never felt anything like this. I don't know where any of this is headed, but it's nowhere good.
All right.
Thank you.
And thank you for your hospitality.
Of course.
Yes.
It is enough to feed the clan.
Is the whatever we saw in the haze, what is that? Is that like an insurance policy or something?
The trial shows you what your blood pumps for. It's an intention to show what the beast is answering to. The inside of you speaks a lot more than you think it does. To be us is to be in tune with that spirit that speaks. If you saw something in that mist that you don't like, I think you need to start listening.
Listening to what exactly?
What that face in the mist had to say. You have a block. There's something in your way. Your territory is not your own. Take it back.
Sid walks away.
And this gathering you said later tonight.
Gather.
I apologize. I know you said we're a part of the tribe, but are we allowed to, the rest of us, be there, or would you rather?
You are allowed, but you can only partake in any of the rituals you are called to. And your clan members, my Gangrel.
Yes.
She looks directly to Sybil and Niles. They will be called on more than the others. Trust is in their bloodline.
Yes.
Burrows steps forward and says, well, Ellis called us out here to help you, particularly with this wight problem you guys got. Anything you can tell us about it? Do they attack from a particular place, or do we know where to find them if we go looking for them?
There's a myriad of ways that they've been causing us trouble. Much of it will be discussed under the sanctity of the gather, but I will provide you all of the information that I have and all that my scouts have brought.
Let's say we solve this problem for you. You feel like staying out here, or do you feel like maybe it's time to move on?
My home is with the Red Rocks. I don't know who you've been speaking with, but there is a dissension among us that may or may have not decided that this is no longer home. But it's in the name of our tribe. I've been here longer than this has been a country. I died for this place. My blood is here. I don't intend on leaving unless I have to.
Burrows claps his hands together and says, well, that's good, because I think we want to make sure you stay here.
Is that so? Is that an order
Jackie's gonna elbow Burrows like, shut.
Is that an order of the Baron of Fremont Street? Or is
No,
that
ma'am. It's something that you said yourself. This is your home, place you care about. I don't want to see you lose it.
It's very benevolent of your cause.
You'll find I'm a very benevolent kind of guy.
If you're true in your intentions, then of course we want the same things. And if not, I'll sniff it out.
I believe that you will find that I think we all have the same agenda. And that at least our goals align. And I think that's something we can all agree on.
Of course. The trouble is, at a gather, the only agenda that matters is the one who has the ability to speak. Let's hope it's mine. And at that point, Kiva flags her over. The trials are beginning. We decide the speaker for the night. Please stay here, partake in our camp, prepare yourselves, and we will start in a matter of moments. Or as long as it takes me. She cracks her knuckles.
Should we be prepared to watch your back?
No. I'll be okay.
Cool. Yeah, for sure.
It's very admirable, though. I'm sure you would have kept me safe.
This one is scrappy, so.
Yeah, we're full of surprises.
Good.
Clearly.
Keep surprising us. I heard that you took out our lights on the way in.
That was all him.
Show of spectacle. no doubt to prepare your friend to strike from the shadows.
Just wait till I start singing.
Careful, you'll have us all howling.
Karaoke night.
I think it'd be good.
Be safe. And she
You
walks
too.
out. She takes that big spine of hers and removes it from the dirt there and basically holds it almost like a spear in her hands. And Kiva begins whispering into her ear as they begin walking off in the direction of that Luca took, essentially, the northern path. It leaves you with the camp to its own and the collection of Gangrel that are still here. There's quite a few of them. And Hugh does point out for all of you a tent that he keeps here for his time in communication with the Red Rock. And he says that if any of you need any amount of privacy, you're more than welcome. Is there anything that you all would like to accomplish while we wait for the gather?
Burrows turns to the three that came out of the tent, arms open. Hey, congratulations!
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Was it real hard? What'd you have to do?
Yeah.
Wasn't that hard?
Could
Well,
be
wasn't that
worse.
hard? Why the hell couldn't I have come then?
You could have.
Yeah, you could have.
It could have been any
I
of
would have
us.
seen in the steam.
Probably Shard.
That's my big obstacle? That's my big thing?
I think you would
I
probably
mean-
see yourself. I feel like you are your biggest op.
Wow, way to be blunt, Jackie.
I think while they're all having this conversation, Niles hasn't left the watching Kiva and Morgan leave. They've just been eyeing that the whole time.
You're already in something. You're already involved with somebody. No.
Oh, one of those.
You don't call dibs on that. What's wrong with you? You're already involved with someone. Why are you
What are you
looking?
talking about?
I'm going to gesture towards Morgan that walked off. I'm like,
Well, now we all know where Jackie's mind is at.
I
Yeah.
was gonna
Good
say.
job saying
Why-
mission focused, Judge.
first of all, I can judge
Uh-huh.
what is presented in front of me.
Uh-huh.
And what, you don't got eyes? First of all, go talk to Bride. Don't talk to me real quick. I want to talk to women really quick, not children.
Look,
I'm an adult, motherfucker.
listen to me.
You
You all
look-
shut up. Hold on. We got bigger fish to fry here.
Yes.
Jackie, how about you change subjects and why don't you mention what you heard while they were in the tent?
So there was, do you remember, I don't know if you recognize any of them, but apparently there is a little drama going on where a little bit of the tribe wants to go to the city. They want to leave and wants to set forth a trial. So we may have to watch her back, Mal.
like-
That was a good suggestion.
If that
I mean,
pack moving into Las Vegas?
Uh-huh.
But
That
I
one's-
think it's because of the wight. So I feel like if we solve that problem, they don't have a reason to go.
I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Yeah,
that's the whole
That's-
reason they're sleeping underground, right?
Mm-hmm.
that's perfect. Because I can't. It's not even about Sylvie's pack. It's just the Gangrel should not be in Las Vegas right now.
And you know what? I'm not saying I prefer, I don't know, Morgan's leadership over this other guy, Luca. I'm just saying she liked you three enough, so I'm happy enough with her.
We're very
Burrows.
charming.
Burrows kind of scratches his chin and looks to everyone and says, hey, is that why they're hiding in rocks? Can whites come out like during the day? Like, why can't they just...
That
Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know if whites can come out during the day, but there isn't many places to be during the day. I think that's just... They don't want to build, like,
No,
a permanent place.
I guess that makes
Sybil,
sense.
go ahead and roll me a wits. Wits plus occult.
Wits plus occult. Oh, 4 successes.
With 4 successes, you know that wights are subject to the same weaknesses you are. A wight is essentially a vampire that has given themselves to frenzy. They've gone hungry for too long. And so they die in the sun just as much as you would. But you also know that the gangrel can stay in the dirt past waking up. So it's possible that they're sleeping in the dirt, then staying in the dirt until they know for absolute certain that it's safe to come out. Meaning that the wights are so prevalent in this area, maybe they have to hide themselves.
So wights work the same way. Wights work the same way that kindred do, but the gangrel are staying underground because they're no longer the apex predators. The wights are.
Well, shit. And Burrows will gesture to all of these very aggressive-looking individuals. If these assholes can't take care of themselves, what the hell are we going to do?
I mean, we've got different kinds of skill sets than they do.
I was going to say, we're just a different group of assholes, so.
Shit.
That.
I really wish I had Baby Blue this time, because last time we came across him, I ran one over.
Really?
Now I got nothing.
I mean, they die the same way any other kindred die. We can just trap them, can't we? The only difference is
to do something clever.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, aren't they? I mean,
can't they just bury them underground?
Well, no, but I think the thing is like that they're they don't think as much. Or was that the thing? Is that like they hadn't been thinking and now they are thinking? Is that the problem?
They still don't think someone is thinking for them.
Okay, so the fact that they're not having original thought or like planning for change works in our favor. We make plans and sometimes they work. So I don't know. We can adapt quicker than they can, probably, rather than just blind bloodlust.
I think it's worth asking too, because killing a wight doesn't seem like the challenge. It's a weed. Like, it's got to go down to the root. Whatever we do. If we kill 5, they're just going to send 10.
What if we can lure these hungry, crazed individuals out? Right? We have like, no offense, Raguel, a perfect little worm on a hook.
Are you referring to Raguel as a worm?
Wild.
No, his blood is. Or like think like a
no
shark.
way are we putting him like that.
No. Let me rephrase it. Like shark in the water. You know how you put a little bit of blood out there and they
you're talking about chumming the water. No.
But at least we can
well.
What I'm just saying is they're not thinking correctly. If we can maybe do something where we overwhelm the senses too much.
What about your blood?
I mean, it's a little spicy than yours, but yeah.
Look, we still got this whole damn third trial to go to.
There's another trial.
Than going to visit Laszlo. So
Fair
maybe
enough.
we should just go to that first, and then we can get some questions answered.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get some blood. Is there any blood here? So did you bring a pack?
They'll feed us. Also,
Thank
yes,
Christ.
I brought pack, but they're if you can feed from these are ethically sourced, sort of grass-fed blood bags. If you aren't
I'm a
vegan.
I prefer the bags if you don't mind.
Okay, great. Then yeah, sure.
Yes. Organic bread? Nice.
Yeah. It's like the people that eat all the cheese that can eat pepperoni. It's like, okay, well, some of us can't, you know?
Right.
So are we draining the bags to feed Jackie then?
Please.
Yes.
How many did we bring along in the van?
I feel like 4 has been the standard.
What hunger are you at, Jackie?
3.
Because to satisfy a hunger 3, you're looking at pretty much, I'd say at least 3 of them.
I'm sorry.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah.
Because you're critically injured. That's truly okay.
Yeah.
Burrows said we a week's worth of blood bags for everybody.
A week's worth. Okay.
Oh.
Niles had
Shout out to
had
Vince
two.
for going back to notes.
Are we assuming
Niles.
we're thinking like 2 blood bags a day? We'll say you have 14.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 10. No, 11 now.
It's not cute. It's literally like one shot down the, like, just It's probably the most messy you'll see, Jackie.
After a few Capri Suns, though, you feel a lot better.
Goddamn right, Capri Sun. Baja Blast, thank you. Oh, good flavor.
There we go.
So is all of your intentions to follow down that north path to the trial?
Yeah.
Yeah, Burrows gets up, dusts himself off, and start making his way.
You all meet the Gangrels about halfway, at least the ones that are coming back from the trial, as it's over before you can even enjoy it. Morgan is the first to walk past you and does give a cocky little up nod to Mal on the way out.
I'll do like a 2-finger salute. Yes, Captain.
And is moving towards that antlered circle almost immediately, and sets her spine into the center of that antlered circle. Then past is the crowds, and then finally, as all of you sort of fall into tow in this passageway, you see that Brooke and a collection of what you imagine is probably the younger generation of this tribe are consoling Brooke, who is in the center, sobbing almost in this rage-filled screams that echo through the passageway. And you can see that Brooke is covered in this balmy white dust that is coating the front of him. And even through the sobs, his lips are wet with the dust now coagulating, and he puffs some of the coagulated dust with each new breath, new racked in sob. And he's beside himself walking with the other group.
Is Luca anywhere to be seen?
No sign of Luca in this group. No.
Oh.
I wonder how that went.
I think we know how that went.
I know exactly where it went.
Yeah.
I just met that dude.
Not gonna again.
Uh-huh.
How far away are they? I think Sybil just asks, like, how far away did this happen?
Because
you're
they're
asking
passing
one of
by
the,
us, right?
Yes, you're asking one of the passerbys, and they point down the path they're coming from, about 10 yards that way, around the bend, up to the plateau, higher level.
Okay, so very close. Syb lets them go. So, closer than I thought. Maybe faster than we think.
Hey, at least they make decisions quick around here.
I think Niles is gonna note the group with Burke all involved and notice that they're probably younger people. They feel compelled to follow them and stay around near them once they pass by.
Are we all coming back in the direction of the Gangrel, moving towards the circle, or is anyone going to investigate the northern passage?
I'm going towards the circle.
Okay.
Yeah, Burrows will follow Morgan.
Same here.
Okay.
Yeah, follow along.
All right.
Yeah.
It seems as though the gather is beginning. Everyone is invited into the circle, and it's not until everyone but almost your group has come in that people are starting to usher the collection. The only way that they enter the circle is through the gap in between the antlers that are pressed into the dirt. And they all begin to sort of collect themselves on each point of the circle, with Morgan in the center with that spine now pressed into the earth. You can feel the thrum of that energy, that vibration that spine gives off in your feet, through your ankles, almost into your calves. It's so strong. I'm assuming all of us join in to the circle. Is there any hesitation, any questioning? Perfect. Once inside, Kiva takes the last antler from her belt and closes the circle. And in a strange feat, the second that antler sets into this drilled-in portion of the earth, all sound eliminates from the outside environs. It's as though a dome has now been placed over you, and the silence of a room has fallen over this circle. you also feel a strange push, almost like putting your hands too close to a power line along the circle of those antlers. And a mist, not unlike what you all saw in the tent, starts to tendril along the antlers, weaving themselves through the wide gaps of those horns like they're running laps throughout. Morgan sits in the center and announces that all competitors for Elder have been squashed, and the gather can now be called into order. The first portion of the gather is a large bowl they set out, made of pure iron, in which every member of the tribe cuts their palm and bleeds vitae into a bowl of ash, dust. You all are invited as well, as Kiva silently explains through her own actions how to go about the option. And then, in unison, one by one, the tribe begins to speak names into the center bowl as this congregation has began. The names are also associated with dates. You're unsure at first whether it is the date that they passed, or the date that they returned, or the date that they joined the tribe. But it is at the very end when Morgan announces Luca, and a date that tracks back 10 years from then, 10 years back, that it becomes clear that the Gangrel have just gone through naming the fallen. And Brooke approaches the bowl and wipes some of the dust from his face and sprinkles it into that center ashed bowl, and repeats the same, Luca, and that same date. It then becomes a slow moment where pieces of tanned hide has been passed out, and these blades that have been making their way across. And Kiva explains to all of you that it is your responsibility to give a word to your beast and cast it into the bowl. She demonstrates and writes down her own personal response, and then takes that and passes it into the bowl. It is now hides passed out to all of you, as well as a blade among the N-Gen. What is it that some of you write into those hides? Does anyone share? Anyone like to share?
Burrows trying to understand this idea of his beast and what he is, associates it with his clan, and when he slices his hand with the blade, just kind of whispers, rambling man. He'll step back.
Mal just quietly, as they kind of let it drip onto the piece of paper, or the hide piece, very small in the middle of it, just goes to write something, and then leaves it blank and puts it in.
Jackie will also take the knife, and actually, she's gonna slice herself maybe a little too aggressively, a little extra eager, and you're just gonna see like CAP with a period, like Captain. Like it's gonna get smudgy because I'm blanking on the name, but it's like Captain Diller or something along those lines, and just like a little extra aggressive.
I think Sybil just calls it, like, there's too many people in her life that that fit this description, so she just writes the word ruthless on the paper.
I think Niles thinks on it for a moment, mainly thinking about the trial and what came out of the steam. It would make sense to invoke that, but he doesn't want to put that into the bowl. So instead, they will slice their hand again, and they're going to write the word dragon on it and place it into the bowl.
Raguel writes vengeance and puts it in the bowl.
You name yourselves, and you give it to the world. And it's cast into that bowl of ash. And as the last name is called, as vengeance finds its way into the bowl, alongside all of the pieces that make engine, Morgan releases this animalistic howl into the sky that then calls upon everyone in the circle as almost like braying hyenas. Genuine cries of emotion find themselves into the night air, and screams, sobs, laughter, howls, cries, chitterings, every manner of a cacophony of sound begins to erupt into the air. Do you all join in?
Yes.
Jackie will. Yep.
Yeah, Burrows just kind of starts screaming, not howling, but just like, ah!
Yeah.
Definitely guttural.
Very good. Morgan, as it subsides and the howl breaks through, she thrums that spine, running the head of it back just enough to cause this vibration along the bottom of the earth and calls all of you to silence. She speaks and says, I am Elder Morgan Stonemarrow. I've led this tribe for longer than I can remember. I have cared for all of you for longer than I can remember. And until I can no longer, I will. And because of that, I stand here, your elder. Anyone who has tried to go against me has died. And that will continue to be the case. And I hope that you all recognize that as your elder, my word is backed only by truth. We are at precipice within our community. Everything that we are is called into question. And it has been 3 months of mere hours of time allowed conscience up here on the surface. The wights are an issue, and this gather has been called to address it. We address our honored guests, honorary members of this tribe, our friends from the city. And we hope to find a solution within this gather to discuss what our next plans are and where it is that we move to. Before we begin, I would like to introduce my second in command to describe to all of you what it is that he has seen. And from out of the crowd, that older individual of Lakota origin with that long braid and graying hair in the camouflage and tactical hunting gear steps out with a piece of paper that looks torn straight from a book, a journal. And he begins to read. This is a piece I found titled The Skin of the Lie. It was found outside of the Kalishma, the cave north of here. I don't know its meaning, but I feel its significance. Surrounded by these pieces were hordes of those creatures. And I have to imagine that this is part of the key to solving our situation. You walk in borrowed skin, a name not your own, a curse hidden behind clan, behind masquerade, behind humanity. That skin lies to you. It says you are more than beast, that you can drink and pray, sin and absolve, kill and still be saved. But I see you. I see the hunger behind your mask, and I say, let it out. The city of New Enoch will not be built by liars. It will not be ruled by names. It will be born from beasts who remember what it means to be true. So go, strip your name, starve your mask, bleed your soul, and when the beast takes you fully, then you will return, not as you, but as something more holy. I believe this to be in connection with what is happening to all of us. And before we discuss any further moves, I believe it important that we investigate the Kalishma and what is happening there. Thank you for your time. He steps back into the group, and Morgan takes the place once more. She calls to the front there Warden Kiva and Chaksa, an individual that steps out from the field wearing this large duster coat, shirtless underneath, long pants that have tattered at the ankles, and broken Converse, pale, darkened eyes, built almost like a crow, against Warden Kiva. And there is from Morgan a call to their debate. Kiva represents the side of the elders, the side of the Red Rocks, and the side of our future here in the desert. Chaksa would like to speak on a new plan and see the response from the tribe. What proceeds is Warden Kiva explaining to the group here that she believes that the only option is to stay here in the Red Rocks, to stay underground as long as it takes, to stay where they're home, and find a solution to the wights, and move on. Following her discussion, there is a rabble-rousing from the younger group, Brooke especially, still doused in the dust. And Chaksa calms them with a hand raising to the sky. He takes a long time before he speaks. Begins walking around the circle. Burrows, you immediately recognize him as a practice orator, someone who knows how to work a room. He begins. We have waited too long, too far, in the dark. We are far too dead to continue in fear. Elder Morgan, as gracious as she is, as important as she is, as much as I recognize what she has done for us here as a tribe, I would be wrong if I did not speak out against the injustice here. We have a duty to our tribe to return to where we are most safe in an effort to continue our survival. We are apex predators. We do not hide. It is foolish to think that staying here beneath the earth will solve anything. And if you'd like to listen to an old woman prattle on about her home and the earth that she's eaten for years, then by all means be my guest. But you will just end up like Luca, dead for speaking his mind. I say, here and with pride, and if it may end in my death, so be it, that we ignore the Kalishma altogether. We retreat to the city of Las Vegas and allow the meadows to protect us like it always has. We speak with our contacts, retreat into the Anarch forces, and we call ourselves their name. We work directly with them. We do what we have to. We return when we have to. Thank you. And the two of them step back. Morgan then opens the room to discussion and removes the spine from the earth. You all have heard what has had to been said here. You understand that it is my decision ultimately, but I would be no leader if I did not give you a voice. Any who would be heard may speak.
Burrows might take a step forward. Say, we're new to your tribe and we appreciate your hospitality, but we were sent by the Meadows to look into this problem for you. Though we are new here, we think that we could contribute and maybe make your lives easier by taking care of this wight problem. Would you be willing to trust us to look into it before you make any complete decisions?
There's a brief moment of heated conversation among the crowds edging out that circle. And Morgan speaks briefly with Kiva, the center, in hushed whispers. She speaks. If your intention is to suggest that we hold on our decision of relocation until you've investigated and found purpose for us, then I would be amenable to this solution. If you can prove to us that you have a way out, or even an answer that puts us in the right direction, there would be a supreme debt to be paid between the Red Rocks and all of you.
Burrows will look back at his allies knowing that, the door is opened. We have some understanding of their reaction to this.
Jackie's going to step forward next to Burrows and, nod along and be like, yes. I can tell you personally that we will, if you have treated us you have kept your word, you have taken care of us, I ask that you give us the chance to hold up our word and say, let us try to see if we can take care of this for you.
Then I call for this gather to be put on temporary hold. We will last through the nights, continue with our clan's trials and tribulations, while we allow this group to investigate the findings at the Kalish Ma. And if a solution is made, we will then decide on the location of our new home based on that new information. It is said then that if this new coterie can prove themselves, they will be made heroes in the eyes of our tribes and be named the same predators as our own. And should the members of our clan, she looks directly to Sybil and to Niles, wish themselves permanent membership, brotherhood would be offered. Do you accept these terms?
Jackie will, if no one else will, she'll actually extend a hand out. Even with the little wound, she goes, even sealed in blood, yes.
She steps up, the taller woman, towering over you. She puts her hand in yours. She shakes.
Can Niles look at Choshka and see how they feel about them, this agreement or this moving forward step?
A haughty smirk on his face. and he's shaking his head. Go ahead and make a insight plus wits.
Burrows also had ideas about Shosky, so he's probably keeping an eye on him too.
Perfect. Well, let's get both of you doing an insight plus wits.
Can you also just remind us how his name is pronounced, please?
Chaksa.
Chaksa, thank you.
Yeah. Jackie's not looking at him. She's focused.
Chaksa.
Thank
3
you.
successes for Niles.
3 successes.
I don't even see wit. Oh, wait.
Wits and insight.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's not bad. And wits. 3 successes.
The both of you get the same feeling. Chaksa is going up against the elder senator, a person who has had their job, in his opinion, for too long. And this haughtiness is coming from complete disagreement with the chosen pathway forward. And judging from the hushed whispers he's now having with his group of people, there seems to be a level of dissension among the younger Gangrel on what move to make.
Burrows makes his way over to Niles and whispers beside them and say, I don't know, there's a part of me that feels like maybe he's a little too eager to return to the city. Almost like he was told to be real eager to return to the city. You catch my drift?
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe I can have a word with him before we leave and get a better idea.
Might be wise. Yeah, I'm like staring at Chashka until hopefully we make eye contact together, just to see what he, how he reacts when we make eye contact. I just want to make sure he knows that I'm watching him.
The second that he finds your eyes on his, he lowers his brow almost in a Kubrick stare as the two of you lock in, and he refuses to blink. He puts on that same hyena's grin, a dog trying to talk you down, laughing at you. And he takes his index finger and he taps his nose. He points at you.
I'm behind Niles.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't talk to him, I'd be willing to talk to him.
Maybe we go together. I mean, I need somebody else who can tell if this son of a bitch is lying or not.
Okay. Yeah. Once the formalities are done.
Yeah.
There is a long prayer from Morgan and then from Kiva. And then Morgan goes to the center circle, right? And pulls out the same antler that Kiva put down to begin the ritual. And the sound of the wilderness comes back in. You can hear the night again, and that mist begins to dissipate. And she calls the gather to a temporary close, and that it will continue into the night, and that the next trial will take place on the plateau, and begins escorting droves of these individuals back up that northern passage. I will say that mechanically, for all of you, since you all did participate, no one told me they weren't. Let me find it for you. You all will receive 1 bonus die on survival, awareness, and resolve rolls that pertain to wight-related phenomena for the rest of our session.
Hell yeah.
So if it has to do with wights, you get a +1 die to survival, awareness, and resolve.
Nice.
They begin to leave, and that leaves a lot of them filtering out, and it seems as though many are going back to their tents. Many are going to go watch whatever trials Morgan is putting on next, and you all do spot that the younger generation makes their way to a tent's northeast, so the opposite of the northern passage, on the other side of Morgan's tent, where they're sitting under an open canopy around this makeshift couch and wooden table, and are passing around a pipe, essentially. This basically they're smoking hash, while Chaksa is sitting in the back there, discussing with all of them. definitely watching the crowds as they leave on the other side.
You want to go?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll get up with Niles and we'll start walking over to Chaksa.
As you approach, you're not pushed away or anything. No one comes to get in the way of the two of you. Chaksa even lifts up a bag of blood that he has to himself there and tips it in the direction of the two of you. That was quite the show you all put on there.
Speak for yourself. You're a good speaker. And I'll extend my arm in a kind of a manly, aggressive shake.
He gives it right back to you. He's
Name's Burrows.
Weaker than you for sure, and doesn't quite catch your arm the same. Wiry individual. Chaksa.
Nice to meet you. I know that you had some different thoughts about how to run things. I would hope that eliminating these wights would make your life easier. You can stick with your clan.
Yeah, it would make things easier. It would also make things easier if outsiders didn't involve themselves in politics that don't belong to them. But we don't always get what we want. Do you know how many people have died from this clan alone to those people? To the wights out there?
Tell us.
More than I can count. More than Morgan can remember. We've lost so many, we stopped counting. What do you want from us that you should kill so many? A mindless beast has found enough mind to target us. And our solution is to send, cowboys from out of town into a mine where we found a diary entry so that they can die too? How many more of you yokels, and he points in at you, Burrows, do I have to hear sing me a tune before I'm allowed to make a decision for the people I love?
He'll look at Niles and make sure that they have nothing to say. But I'll say, hey, man, have you been to Vegas lately?
Yeah, I stop in every so often when I'm
allowed. When was the last time you went?
4 months ago.
Well, you will know. I mean, the place is a shithole. You don't want to go back to Vegas, man. It's so peaceful and beautiful out here. If we can solve this problem, we're happy to give you the credit if you want it.
Yeah, sure. If you can solve this problem. What's your plan?
Well, it's kind of a super secret Watchman kind of thing.
Right, so you don't have a plan. What's the strategy? Is there a mantra at least?
I got Niles here. She's got pretty sharp claws.
I mean, the only thing we can do is assess the situation and handle it.
Really riveting.
Yeah.
We haven't tried that yet.
Oh, well. Maybe that's why you need an outside perspective.
Maybe. But you're not outside, right? I thought I heard Morgan. I can't smell it on you, but apparently you're a Gangrel, right?
I am.
So you know what's going on here. You got a taste for the tribe. You know what it's like out here.
Yeah. And it's rough. And I get it. But it's not any easier in the city. The wights are just one thing you have to be concerned about. You have much to contend to in the city. Not to say that you can't handle it. I'd love to see a better Gangrel presence in the city. But we thrive better here. And you know that.
Burrows chimes in at the end and, yeah, man, you don't even know if the people in Las Vegas even want you there.
Well, let me ask you this. In Las Vegas, do I have to sleep in the fucking dirt?
No.
Do I get to die on my feet?
If you're lucky,
If you're lucky.
yeah.
Then fuck. Sounds like paradise. Listen, Morgan's been around a lot of time. And if the stories are to be believed, then, well, fuck. She's what we're supposed to be afraid of. But if the stories were to be believed, we also wouldn't be in this mess, would we? That's the problem with listening to people like her. They've been alive for so long that they don't do shit. They just talk about what they did do. The rest of us, though, are Morgans in waiting. I can see it in all your faces. You ever ask yourself why you're the one marching into the mine? And Ellis is out somewhere talking under a heater to the hottest blonde in Las Vegas? You ever ask yourself why you're here and everybody else is up there? It's because you're in the prime of your life and you're gonna piss it away to die in the desert.
Well, now you're just giving away the game there, Shaksa. I mean, it's all part of the plan of climbing a ladder. You know, what are we gonna do? We're just as much of trying to navigate this as your clan. We don't want to be out here if we don't have to, but trying to solve a problem, trying to help you out.
And if you feel so strongly about it and you don't want to heed Morgan, why not just go? Seems like you looked at the rest of the group here. Seems like you all have a sound thought. You got enough of you. You could probably make it, right?
Some of us still believe in tradition. Listen, I hate a lot about the way things are moving. But I'm not about to betray the people I love. If they go against me, fine. It'll be their lives.
Then it doesn't sound like you really want the freedom you're seeking.
I want a better world. Fuck
Hey,
if
I
you
can
know what
respect that,
is.
man.
Well, then help me. You respect it? Put your word behind it.
What do you need?
I need you to convince Morgan we need to go to Vegas. I need you to go to this mine, and I need you to come back and say it's the worst thing you've ever seen. Or, even better, do what you're gonna do. Die there. It's the best argument I have.
That's fair enough, honestly. If we come back all beat up or not at all, you do have a pretty good argument. So, regardless, we're helping you one way or another.
What do we get out of it?
If you go with me, if you make it happen for me, you'll have a boon from the new leader of the clan of the Red Rocks. And the bygone era of Morgan can stay in the ground where it belongs. She's powerful, but if I can get the rest of them to see what's going to happen to all of you, it won't matter how powerful she is.
You get to keep that cool walking stick she has?
I don't want anything to do with that thing.
Oh, so that's a Morgan thing exclusively.
She was the one that found it. Took it is the story.
Took it from what?
There's a lot of different explanations. It's all over the place. When you've been alive as long as she's been, people say different things. Most say that she pulled it from a beckoned elder. Straight from their spines. One clean rip. Some people say it's from beneath the desert. That she dug deep enough and that's what she found. But she's carried it through crusades, her blood hunt, Every night she's been here, it's been with her. Talks to it, too. Weird bitch.
Burrows will turn to Niles and kind of give a silent gesture of, I think we've had our fill. And we'll look back at Shaksa and say, well, man, I think after this conversation, we realize we're a little bit more on the same page, and we realize I'll see you on the other side, regardless.
Yeah, perfect. We'll meet back up in Vegas. That'll be a time.
Kind of walk backwards without turning my back from him for a second before eventually turning.
Yeah, Burrows starts treading off. I think Niles wants to linger just a couple seconds longer. But unless Chaska says anything, just keeping an eye on him, just not, but Niles will take a step back eventually.
He again takes that index finger, taps his nose, points at you.
What does that mean?
Have a good time in the mine.
Niles will leave.
Burrows will come back to the group and be like, all right, how many explosives do we have? How much gunfire do we have? I just got freaked out. We become packing.
We definitely. Well, we do have a lot of good stuff, but also we can create. Honestly, creating an explosive is not that difficult. You just need a couple of ingredients.
I mean, look, they mentioned a cave. If we go to a cave, there's cave-ins. We could always just lock them in there if that's where they all are. Unless there's other cave exits.
I was going to say, I mean, who's to say that it's not like the Nosferatu sewers? We don't know where these caves go. If there's other exits, presumably so, because the Red Rocks clan would see them depositing wights in the cave.
Yeah.
But we do have someone who can hide in shadows. Therefore, I mean, could we not... And I'm just... Mal, how do you feel about doing like a deep recon? Because you could technically go down any mine shaft.
I could be down for that. They can't catch me, so...
How would we
No,
know
they
you're
can't.
okay?
That's the question, isn't it?
Well, no, we
You just have to have faith that I'll be fine.
It's more like if they just don't show up again, we just know what happened.
I could also just be speedy, just run as fast and try to be as quiet. But I won't be able to probably get as far as you, Mal. So
Yeah, I'll say I'm a little bit more of a guarantee.
absolutely.
Yeah, I like the shadow idea, but hey, Raguel, you got something to say about this? I mean, what's the best move here?
I mean, the others are right. I mean, we don't know how many entrances and exits there are. This thing, it could be an entire system underneath the desert.
I hate
We
to
close
ask.
one entrance.
Can you look into it? No, you can't. I don't think you can.
Yes, I can.
It's up. Are you okay with doing that?
Yeah, done it before. I'll do it again.
We'll make sure we'll do it in a tent with Hugh, like a little privacy, like you said. But that could
use 10.
Any advantage could help us out.
You all realize what that diary was saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a call of propaganda, huh?
Uh-huh.
Surrendering to the beast, turning away from humanity.
It's all that stuff. It's anti-you.
But like,
It's
the whole thing is, whites aren't really that intelligent. Is this like a Sabbat thing?
Who says the only door is the one under Lake Mead? Something's talking to this thing. Something's organizing them. Something's influencing them.
And frankly, let's just be for real. They're not technically, yes, they are a part of us in a way. Same tree, but very different branch. And I think it's time to just saw that branch off. And
They're not as different from us as you think, Jackie.
the fact that they've kind of allowed the beast to totally take over is what separates them from us.
I have a crazy question that might piss you off specifically, and they look to Raguel. Can't we just reverse it? Can't we just like find a way to make them, I don't know, eat or
force a body down their throat?
Well, that's the thing. They do eat, and nothing is ever enough to bring them back.
Yeah, they're past the point of no return. They just let loose.
Oh.
Frankly, and let's be for real. Look. I'm not trying to get into this thing between the Anarchs, Camarilla, and now the Red Rock crew coming into Vegas, but I think it's best for everybody if we don't add more fuel to a very, very tentative powder keg that is Vegas.
What I was trying to get at earlier is surely we can come up with some kind of plan. Let's have Raguel, do a little digging. If we don't get much, we have Mal go further. We just kind of get as much info as we can before we make a move.
And Spoons, if you can bring him out.
We're going to have to... Oh, go ahead.
No, I don't think we should be expending all of our resources on wights alone or first. This is completely a hunch, but I think they're like moths to a flame. They're flying around something more important that's giving them directions.
They are.
And if we just go in trying to kill as many wights as we can, then we're going to exhaust ourselves by the time we find out what's actually doing it.
Well, if Raguel is saying that there's another door, then that means that there's somebody watching the door.
Another door, or they're just aware of the door?
I don't know.
So there's something influencing them. The way you heard what the second in command said. It was almost like these hordes of wights were surrounding this single diary page. There's something influencing them.
All right. Well, then the idea is we got to find that thing before we engage.
Debbie's going inside.
Jackie's going to start heading towards the exits and like.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you, looking at Raguel again, can you just see? Can you like straight up just see who it is that's charging this, that's starting this up, and then we'll have a target? Like instead of focusing on the caves themselves and like the ways in and out of the caves, we just focus on the person?
Yeah, cut it off at the root. That's the plan.
Okay. Maybe I missed it.
No, that's... Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Sybil.
No, sorry. Would having the page be helpful for the vision, or do you just...
Well, I know so this is Vince. Mechanically, no, but Caleb, would that help?
I would say that it would help mechanically as well. I mean, the book doesn't... It's to my discretion, but having a focal point, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would, yeah. So we need to chat with him.
Do you think they'll allow me to actually read through the whole book?
I think they only have
a page. The one page.
It just had the one page? All right, well then never mind. Well, I'm sorry. Do you mind if we just... It's like a
flyer ripped from a journal.
Do you guys mind if we...
ask, though. I think it should be either Sybil or Niles. They don't like this thing.
Let's go to Hugh's tent. I would prefer if we're just.
I thought we were in Hugh's tent.
Yeah.
I don't think we are. Are we?
Yeah, we went to Houston.
Yeah, because they called the end of the gather.
I thought we were still out in the open. That's why I was like trying to get us out. Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
The conversation with Chaksa, you guys went back to the private tent.
I apologize on that. I'm going to keep watch on the door to make sure no one kind of snoops in. But
Isaac, even from the door of your tent, you can see Isaac, that elder Lakota man with the gray braid, is sitting by a campfire in the center there. It's not lit. He's around on the log. He is whittling this piece of wood, but he is basically waiting for all of you to be ready for the maw. So if you needed to get the page, he's right there.
Yeah, you over there.
Sorry, what did you say, Eli?
I said I could walk you over there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Yeah,
while they're doing that, can I go a different direction?
Yeah, where are you going, Mel?
I want to go, if Morgan's not directly involved in whatever trial this is, I want to go talk to her.
Okay. Perfect. So you'll go down the northern path. Let's deal with Raguel and Niles first. You guys approach Isaac, and he's sitting there, and he's very quiet as you approach, but he does regard you both.
I was wondering if you would be okay with me taking a look at that journal page.
He leans over and he picks up the page and he very blatantly hands it to you. I found it approaching the mall on the floor. It's a suspicious environment. I wanted to get closer to the actual cave. We had sent scouts there previously, and they never came back like the others. But I didn't have enough time. They run in packs now, groups of them, 6 or more, and it got dangerous. Most I could find among the rubble leading up to the cave was this portion, and he hands it over to you.
There's something influencing them.
I have to believe that this prayer has something to do with it, or at least in making them what they are.
Have you ever heard the name Sentinel?
No, I don't think I have.
I think it has something to do with all of this.
I wish safety among all of us. When you and your group is ready, I will march you to the mall. And there is a portion I will not go farther, but I will leave the rest to you. Just let me know when you're ready.
We will. Thank you, Isaac.
He, as the two of you are prepping to leave, he does reach out and, if Niles allows, tries to catch him by the wrist, essentially.
I actually didn't want to leave. I wanted to let Raguel leave. I kind of wanted to stick around with Isaac.
So
but I'll take off.
Yeah. Raguel begins to drift. Isaac does take your focus. And he says, what tribe are you originally from? Who made you?
Niles grits their teeth for a second. I think they're going to go sit down next to them.
Mm-hmm.
And say very softly, his name is Mol.
The type he runs with. They look a certain way, yes? They drive bikes, keep vests. They wear... and he takes a stick from around the fire there, and he draws out in the sand below you a skull with a single fang. This?
Yeah.
He becomes quiet. I think that maybe you are not safe here.
What do you mean?
A month ago, the Red Rocks had visitors. 2 of them. They came in search of someone. They said it was very important that they found them.
Who are they looking for?
If I am as good a listener as I think I am, you.
Why?
One of them died. The wights. An attack on the camp before we moved location. But the other was given temporary tribe. He's been sleeping here for a month.
He's here?
One of them. I don't know if it's who you speak of, but I know for a fact he described you. I could tell the second I saw you. I don't forget.
I'm looking at all the tents that are scattered around this.
He calls himself Vex. go ahead and roll me a, let's call this wits plus insight.
Uh, 3 successes.
The name does ring a bell. Was absolutely a member of Maul's gang. He lived across from your trailer. Kept girls, 3 of them. Ghouls. Nasty. Evil man. Abusive. Powerful. Just keep yourself safe while you're here. And perhaps the Maw will be easier on you than whoever this is.
What tent is he?
He points to the southeast, to a closed-off tent that is different than the others. It's bought, something you bring with you on the road.
Is there a reason why he's staying here and not returning back?
Same reason we're all still here. The wights keep us at bay. Getting back to the city is unsafe. I don't think he knows you're here. Otherwise, from what he described, he would have made a move already.
I look at him. Thank you.
Do they mean you harm? Or are you just missing?
I think both things can be true.
You seem very important to him. More precious than gold.
I don't know why. Every time I meet a gangrel, they look at me with suspicion. I don't know why.
It's the smell on you. It's
What?
faint. There's a kind of spirit in this world who wears the skin of others, masquerades itself as you. Maybe you smell like that to us. Right, but wrong.
Can you fix it?
You can.
How?
I don't know. Right now I look to the north, to the wights. One problem at a time. And with that, we're going to take a little break. And when we come back, we'll be dealing with the Maw.
No, I feel. Oh, we live.
Niles, you are sitting there with Isaac. He's just delivered you the information that there is a snake among this group here. Is there anything else you need to get from this conversation?
I don't.
Beautiful. During the break, I had Vince roll me a premonition roll in an effort to decipher the prayer and find out exactly what we're looking for. So, Raguel, in the interest of that, what exactly are you... there was discussion of looking for the person who this is concerning to, who wrote the prayer. There was also like, where is it coming from? How do we stop it? What's the question this premonition is most efficiently going for?
Identifying the root source of the wights.
Okay. There
is everybody cool with that? Okay.
Are you looking for a generalized whitedom, or are we talking about the ones that are most aggressive towards the Red Rocks?
The organized ones, the immediate Red Rock threat. Yeah.
Okay. Immediately your vision is flooded black as your third eye begins to bleed, and you are taken to a place you've become very familiar with now. Before you can see, you hear. And what you hear is a rendition of Alleluia, Sing to Jesus, a hymn commonly played within Catholic Mass. And it plays through this beautiful choir. Angelic, hauntingly low voices that are repeating it from what feels segmented around the room, as though there are maybe 6, 10, 12 individuals around you in this darkness singing in different choral pieces this sing of God's praises, the exception of the holy, holy, holy chant. Your vision then begins to return, and the music begins to change. It grows into a smaller piece, warbled by the whine of technology and escaping out of a small battery-powered radio on the center of a wrought iron table that sits out in front of a trailer with a low light illuminating the top. A pair of old hands, warped and wrinkled by time, wrap themselves around a cup of tea. It's hot enough to blow steam. And there is a cold night's air pushing the breeze, the steam further into the breeze. In the background of that shot, you can see the entrance to a gypsum mine. Big, large, gaping black hole in the side of the earth that invites, and also barricades. And in the same instant that you see it, that sea of black begins to be dotted with white, as what feels like hundreds of human bodies begin to run out of that hole on all fours, completely nude, falling over each other, escaping over each other, clawing into each other like masses, hundreds of them falling over each other as they escape down this mountain, essentially. But all the while, as that happens in the background, this pair of hands continues to stir tea to the sound of that hymn. And that's what you get.
Okay.
Now, across town, up on the plateau, Mal has made their way to join the trials, where Morgan has brought their rocking chair out to witness. And currently, there is a congregation of Gangrel that are away from each new hunter as they try to pin the dogs down and corral them back into this makeshift pen that has been collected in the center of the plateau. Hold. Holding.
Are we still on?
Let me see. We went to ad break on Twitch.
Okay, so we're still rolling?
I don't know.
Because my internet cut for a second. I don't know if we're still live.
YouTube seems up to me.
Yeah, and I see us on Twitch.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Then sorry. Just wanted to...
As they try and corral those coyotes into the pen, Morgan watches on with Kiva at her side. What's the move, Mel?
I'm gonna come up in full view, not trying to sneak or anything, and kind of look between Kiva and Morrigan. Actually, there being two of you here, can I ask, Elder Morrigan, I may have unintentionally lied to you earlier. And I hope that you will hear out my case before you pass down judgment.
It's not often that someone comes to tell me to my face that they've lied. I almost admire it. Here, sit.
I'll take almost.
And she gestures to essentially a spot on the ground at her feet.
If this goes poorly and I'm to be punished, I'd rather be on my feet for it.
I'm sure you would be. If I was in the business of what you'd rather, I wouldn't be in the chair, would I?
Understood. I'll take a half knee.
Good listen.
Okay. That shouldn't be. Anyway.
Tell me what you did.
When you asked for my tribe, I am in the habit of answering by clan. And then I heard all of you talk about tribe and one another, and saw all of the heightened emotions around keeping people you care about together and keeping them safe. And I realized Lasombra may be my clan, but the Engen are my tribe. And I don't know if you would count that as a lie or not. And I figured truth is better than hiding it.
I think it's honorable you brought it to me regardless of what you thought would happen. I don't know if it's smart, but it's honorable.
No one's ever accused me of having brains.
Well, you're in the right place for it, unfortunately. We like instinct around here, and you have good ones. I already knew that all of you had the tribe answer incorrect. But that takes time to understand. Not all of us live the way we do. Even your Gangrel don't seem to be like us.
Yeah, they're a special kind of flavor.
I've met more Gangrel than I hate than Gangrel that I love. If I dictated everything I felt about my community on just my blood, then, well, it wouldn't work for me. You didn't lie. You can't lie when you don't understand. I think you're just learning. And that takes time.
Feels like it
Lord
never
knows.
stops.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And if it does, then you've stopped.
Let's hope for that never being the case. In that same vein, I come seeking training, I guess is the best way for it. I'm quick, I'm quiet, I'm hard to find, but I'm not tough. I get knocked on my ass hard, easily. And if I'm the first line of defense, I gotta be tougher than that. And all of your people are tough and unafraid of being hurt, unafraid of what it means. And if there's a way for me to learn that, and then they almost say would be in your debt, and then they remember Sybil in their brain, and they say, I would be very grateful if that were something you'd be willing to teach.
You think I'm tough?
There are a lot of definitions of tough.
I wasn't always. When the land was different, long before any of these civilizations came to play, I was like you. The only thing we could do was hide. When the world thinks it knows better than you do, when it's moved on before your people have, you're at the mercy of whoever thinks that they have the power. I had
Story of my fucking life.
Well, then you have an understanding of this. But every dam breaks. At one point, I had to tell myself that there was no more hiding, and that what was going to happen was going to happen. Do you think you're ready for that?
I don't think I have a choice. Really.
I think that's the only way you have to look at it. When you're an animal, and they back you into the corner, you eat your way out. Rats and buckets tied to rib cages break every vein on the way out. Everything we do is an act of survival. And so there are no rules. There's only what you will do to survive.
I think I'm learning that.
It's one thing to say. It's another to do.
And show me how.
You won't like it.
There's not a lot I like these days.
You have to promise me something, and this is more for your safety than mine. You won't fight back.
I thought you said being back into a corner means doing what you have to survive.
This is the beginning of that. I just don't think you want me in the corner.
Understood. I'll fight my nature then.
Good. She stands up and she walks maybe 6 feet from you and then turns back and with her hand gestures. Come.
Get off my knee and follow her.
She takes you out to another plateau, and for progressively the next hour until the rest of the group is ready to march on, she beats the ever-living shit out of you.
For sure.
She throws you down to the ground and begins with your ribs, kicking as hard as she possibly can, and you feel them break like powder. And then the arms, the legs, she snaps your ankles. She does everything in her power, including using the spine, to break your body. It is long, it is arduous, and when it gets too bad, she feeds you blood. Straight from tap. In this process, you can consider that you can expend experience points to adopt the Fortitude discipline.
Yes.
As Morrigan has taught you the basics.
How to take a beating.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
For the rest of us, is there anything else we need to accomplish before we set out?
Nope. I would like to spend the rest of the time hanging out with you, and that's it.
Okay, absolutely. Takes you back to the private tent.
With all of us there.
Sure, yeah.
The only thing I wanted to acknowledge is that Jackie's just been updating any of the natural ingredients in her bandolier.
Got it. Prepping for the move. Mm-hmm. Do we need a group conversation before we go, or are we all reporting to Isaac?
Burrows just straps up. He's got 2 shotguns, probably a handgun, probably a knife.
Yeah.
If
We're
we
Team
have
Isaac.
grenades, he's got a grenade.
Mm-hmm.
We do.
Raguel, are you taking out that rifle you all have?
I am, if permitted.
Perfect. Yeah. You guys can take anything that you have from that van that you brought in, essentially. Are we taking the blood bags?
I am. I'm taking mine.
Is there any opposition to taking the van? The sunproof
Isaac
van?
makes it pretty clear that it's going to be a walk, that taking the van is going to draw them to us. He has this very carefully thought out route that you're all going to take to minimize the sight, because apparently they've been patrolling. And unless you want a repeat of Baby Blue, it's going to be tougher for you.
Okay. I think Sybil's just going to make sure the van is as close as it can be without getting in the way of that.
Okay.
Jackie will pack a couple of blood bags, though, for an emergency.
Okay.
I am actually going to. This is so out there. There's no way to recognize whose hands those belong to, right? Because I immediately thought of Kiva with the T.
Go ahead and give me a wits plus insight. Let's see if it's anyone you know.
All right. And it's a pretty good pool. That's 4 successes.
With 4 successes, you recognize that the wrist you saw, the clothes that she was wearing along her side, are too clean, too well kempt, and the skin is too pale to be Kiva. You don't believe it's anyone you've met.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
All right. Moving out, following Isaac, it's quite the hike. It takes about an hour to get out there. 2 hours. What I need is a majority roll against stealth dexterity. I need more of us to win than to lose.
Does my stealth against kindred apply?
Yes. And we will say that your additional die for all wight-related phenomena provides as well. And since everyone did the ritual, you can add an additional die.
Can I also use Shadow Cloak?
Yes.
And I was going to say the silent step to muffle noise. Okay.
Got it.
Dex
2
and
successes
stuff.
for
2
Raguel.
successes, okay. 1 success for Burrows. We have 2 failures so far.
3 successes.
1 success.
5
What was
successes.
yours? Okay.
5 from Mal too.
All right.
5.
We have majority then.
Yeah, 6 for me.
Most of the trip is trying to get the boys to calm down a little.
Just keep racking the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Burrows is definitely your greatest opposition to
Hold on,
not
I got to get that shell. I dropped. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
okay.
I can hear you from miles.
You've done this like 4 times. We're supposed to be quiet.
Just like lots of clinking of metal on the body.
Isaac can only look back at you so many times before it begins to become readily apparent that you are the weak link in this chain. But eventually, you climb this large gravel hill, essentially, that begins to push into these mountainous regions of the Red Rocks and leads almost directly up to what you can see is this old... it's a federal reserve, essentially. Chain link fence and concrete structure, caution tape, signs informing you that you're trespassing, broken fixtures where cameras used to be. It looks like this used to be a closed off portion of Nevada's government that has since been abandoned altogether. What would have been hard to navigate before is now a broken fence you can walk in through. But as you get to that fence, Isaac looks to all of you and says, about here is where I found the page. And it's also where I saw the patrols. They're deep in this area, and I worry for moving any further. I need to stay alive for Morrigan, for my clan, for my tribe. And so I'm leaving you here. This is yours to bear.
Thank you.
That's what we signed up for.
We'll see you
I'll
soon.
give you a parting gift. Soft nature, I guess. And he reaches behind his back down into his belt, and to Burrows he gives a flare gun with 3 flares. If you feel you're in tremendous danger, it scares them, and even more so, shoot to the sky and maybe we can do something.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll put it on my pack.
There's one more piece. We had 2 scouts investigate this area. Mira and Adam. If you find any pieces of them, any remnants, any idea of where they might have gone, if they still live, I would appreciate it.
Keep an eye out.
And he begins moving down the mountain, leaving you guys at the fence leading into the Kalishma, the gypsum mine at the top of this abandoned federal site.
Burrows gestures to the gate, the federal signs, and he says, I don't know, man, that's a little weird. The bunch of whites show up in a government-sanctioned property? Is that just a coincidence?
The conspiracy theorist in me wants to say it's the fault of the Second Inquisition, but that's the conspiracy theorist in me.
I hope it's as simple as corrupt local government.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
I mean, remember, conspiracy theorists say Elvis is still alive, so...
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day.
Can I send sporks up?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an animalism plus awareness.
God, how much animalism? Oh, 2 successes.
2 successes. Sporks is pretty amenable today. He's starting to learn the ropes. He's a little slower than Spoons for sure.
Yeah, I give him a stroke on his chest just to give him the good reassurance.
He at first thinks that's all this is just some nice affection, and then remembers he has a job as you try and click him into it. And eventually he does take off. And just as you're watching him fade into the starlight night, you pass your vision over to him, and you're now having that bird's eye view. You see that this mine carries past up through this sort of rock outcropping that forms a U shape around the entrance to the mine and is fenced in, along with almost like the sort of concrete ramps you would see on an on-ramp that sort of keep this location in tow. But you see at the very top, towards the entrance to the mine, is a trailer. It looks like one of those bungalows, like temporary structures that the federal government will put down in an effort to give some order to the floormen on site. But what's even more disconcerting is that the light inside of the bungalow is on, and it seems as though the door to the bungalow is open, wide open. And even more so, you can see that there are lights leading into the gypsum mine, which is sort of hollowed out with this concrete tunnel that runs through, and these white work lights are on and extending into where they've been harvesting this gypsum.
But outside of doors open and lights leading over to the mine, no
people, not that you can see, unless they're inside that structure. You could send sporks in if you're extra curious.
I'm not that curious. I will relay the information. Open door sounds like a trap.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's a trap.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what I saw.
Look, Shock's called us out. We ain't got a plan. What do we do?
We can have
Recon.
a conversation.
Recon. Thank
We
you.
could split. We could split in two.
Mal.
I can go into the mine. Y'all can have a conversation, and then I'll come back and tell you what I saw.
Niles, did you see any places where people could set up outside the bungalow, like take cover?
You think around the sides of the bungalow for sure. And there's definitely some debris, like broken down pieces of the concrete structure. But it doesn't seem, it seems pretty outright flat.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to hide unless you were doing it in plain sight. If you had some form of obfuscate, if you're a kindred, there's always a place to hide. But if you're looking for true cover, not a lot of places. Pretty out in the open.
It's open, probably to make sure that nobody could hide.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Mal heads into the mine. Don't go too deep.
That's what she said.
That's
Terrible.
got it.
At a time like this.
I'm allowed to be a teenager sometimes, right?
Fair. I mean, you'll be a teenager for a long time if you think about it.
Oh, fuck off, Niles. You made it worse.
I go into the bungalow and have a conversation with whoever's inside.
Okay.
You all try to set up as best you can. Watch the avenues of approach.
You don't want any backup right
Shouldn't
here?
go alone.
I'll take whoever wants to come.
You
I'll
need
go
a
with
happy.
you.
Yeah, I was like, do you need a happy hand or do you need a added voice?
Talker.
Sybil, you good?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay.
Burrows, you said you wanted in there, or did I mishear?
No, I don't want to make a crowd. I can hang back with Jackie.
I'm gonna keep my eyes on Mal's my main focus, honestly. So
Okay.
You want to trade? Maybe I'll take the sniper rifle for a minute.
You take the rifle.
I'll
So
throw a
Burrows
shotgun to him.
Is watching the bungalow from outside. Jackie is going in with the tunnel team, or at least watching the tunnel team. And then Niles, where are you at?
I want to watch like the greater area, keep spoons on patrol, keep a lookout for anything outliery, and go from there.
Yeah. Spork's still running around. You still have his eyes. You do see at one point, this is far from your location. Definitely not impending at this point. But there is this very large, pale, white mass running enough to kick up dirt a couple football fields away from the location. What must be a group of 12 wights. Powerful, running on all fours, like a herd almost. They move in herds. But that's far from where you are now.
I think if that's the case, I would and Sporks can keep. I would like to keep Sporks eyes on the herd as much as possible. If that's the case, I just want to know if they're because they're not coming towards us, right? They're just moving in a herd.
They're probably not even aware of you. I would say this like 3-4 football fields away.
Okay.
If it weren't for Sporks' eyes, it'd be pretty hard to see anything. And
Then,
even from here, it's hard to discern what they are.
Then I want his attention to be more towards looking out for any wights or anything like that, any shift
Nearby.
in herds and stuff like that.
Got it. Okay.
Mal starts to walk toward the mouth of the cave and then takes stock of themselves, turns back. Hey, Sybil, can I have a couple of those bags, maybe? Because if I'm not feeling 100%, and if I mess this up, I'm going to freak out.
Yeah,
Not on purpose.
This might be a good time to handle some hunger if people are hungry.
Yeah, I'm already handing them. Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
remember, I have an emergency couple if you need them.
You have
Beautiful.
2?
I just took I took a couple that you had.
No, I mean, you took 3. Mal just took 2.
Oh,
so we're down
2, please.
5 out of 14. We have 9 left. Plus Niles
To
is
put
2.
me down. 2 will take me down. I'm at 3, and 2 will take me down to 1.
I think it was 3 handled. What was it? 3 or was no? It was 4, 3?
She did.
I don't know.
I did 3.
Yeah, Jaggy took 3, Mal's taking 2. Now we have 9.
Okay.
I will use Satisfy the Hunger to drop my hunger to 1 to 3.
Got it. Okay.
Damn. Salubri's showing off.
As you get the bags, Mal, you start climbing up the hill. And how soon are you going into Shadow Cloak, or are you waiting until you get to the tunnel?
I'm gonna full on Tenebrous Avatar, I think.
Okay, yeah. So you disappear then. You're
let me do my
shadowy
rouse checks
black
real quick.
night.
I was at 3 hunger, and it's 2 rouse checks, so I was like, if I fuck this up, this whole
say that you
mission's
slam
in hell.
that Capri Sun and
I get 1 hungrier, so I'm back to 3. Yes.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Capri blood.
Okay, yeah, you become a complete shadow. And you're sort of leading the way as the others start to follow you. And that means that you see her first, but she doesn't see you. There is an individual who, as you're beginning to approach the tunnel, comes out from the front door of the bungalow with this teacup in her hands and saucer below, steaming hot tea. And to your bizarre circumstance, she is wearing a full nun's habit. This dark navy blue habit that sits on top of white trimming underneath. She looks impossibly old. You would guess in her 80s, 90s. But she moves rather gracefully. Her habit flitting about her ankles. Very sound of music. And she takes that tea, sets it down on that wrought iron table outside of the bungalow, and positions the chair adjacent to it in the direction of the Kalishma, that big opening into the cave itself. She begins to sip.
Mal slows down and stops, knowing that the others, seeing that, hopefully should stop, and then they're gonna put out a little tendril of shadow and just kind of boop, 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 point over that way and put up like 1 finger.
Yeah, Burrows is like using the rifle more as like a way of checking in on folks, so he's definitely watching that.
So
and
Burrows,
telling everyone what he sees.
as you're finding a perch to watch over that bungalow, you do absolutely see her, and the rest of you, once both the shadow creature and Burrows make you aware, you see her as well, a nun having a cup of tea.
Stranger and stranger, what the hell?
Yeah, gonna approach.
Okay.
I'm on your back.
It takes her quite a while to realize that you're there, or rather to recognize that you're there. But Raguel, as you ascend the sort of plastic wood steps of those bungalows, the creak of these old dying government buildings causes her to slowly pan her face over to you and smile. And being this close, you can see the abnormality in her face. Her eyes are empty sockets filled with these pink fleshed overturns, like the eyes have been removed entirely. And you believe that you can see almost completely into the socket and into the inner workings of her face. But she gives you this very sweet, matronly smile in your direction, as you can almost feel like she's looking directly at you, despite no ability to. She doesn't speak. She lets you go first.
Good evening, sister.
Good evening. It has been quite a while since we've had visitors. Would you like to sit and have some tea?
If it wouldn't be an inconvenience.
No inconvenience. All are welcome. If you'd like to invite the rest of your friends, they are more than welcome to join us for tea as well.
Okay.
I'll be coming along, but I think they all have their own affairs for the afternoon.
Everyone must take their own journey, especially here.
What can we call you?
My name is Sister Mercy. Back what feels like centuries ago, they called me Calloway, but I prefer Mercy.
My name is Ethan.
Oh, Ethan. A good name. Strong name. And yourself? She looks to you, Sybil.
You can call me Sybil.
Perfect. Ethan and Sybil. I don't suppose you've come for the pilgrimage.
Well, I've been on something of a pilgrimage myself, so I'm curious what this entails.
Well, I would hate to get in the way of your own personal journey, but maybe things line up. So you haven't heard the call?
I'm afraid not. Not yet.
Well, let me pour you some tea and maybe we can discuss some things. She sets out 2 additional teacups and saucers and pours from a kettle that she brings in from the bungalow very quickly. And you see this crimson blood red tea comes out hot on top of the cups as she slides them your way.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course. What would I be without Mercy?
Why are you here?
I don't know. I suppose I've always tended to those who are in need. You know, I used to be a hospice worker. Years ago, it feels like. Still feels like I am. I came here as a believer, like everyone else who comes here. No doubt how all of you will leave here.
Who is it that you serve now?
I serve the pilgrims who come here. Those who undertake the journey. Those who wish for a higher purpose. I serve you.
Did you write The Skin of the Lie?
Oh, no, I'm no writer. I was never very good at English. No, I preferred biology.
Who wrote it?
Oh. The man who wrote The Pilgrimage. The man who brought us all here.
And who is
I
that?
wouldn't go giving away secrets before they're due. You know, there's a belief that all must see God for themselves before the church can teach you anything. We can lecture you for as long as we like, but you have to come to the water.
Sybil's gonna use Sense the Beast,
Mm-hmm.
and I can gain a sense of their nature, hunger, and hostility. It's a free one, but it's resolve and animalism versus composure and subterfuge.
Okay, go ahead and give me that roll.
Okay. So,
Ooh, coffin.
that's fantastic. 4 successes.
Okay. What do you want to know about her nature? If you had a question.
Yeah, it's clear that she's a big fan of what's going on here, but is she just here to witness it? Does she seem like we're gonna have to fight her at some point? Like, where does she sit herself in the process?
She has no hostility.
Okay.
She seems here willingly. And she seems, in your mind, a caretaker.
Okay.
And kindred.
Can I if Luca presumably was murdered or killed here, is there the smell of like dead Red Rocks gangrels in the air now that we're in her trailer?
The only thing that she smells of is vaguely reminiscent of the kind of flat, neutral charcoal that sometimes you will smell off of Mal.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I keep that to myself for now.
Mal, are you proceeding to the mine?
Yep. If I perceive that I'm not being observed, there's just a little flat shadow slinking along the desert floor.
Okay. You are able to jump from shadow to shadow inside of that place, outside of the harsh white work lights that run into it, and eventually it bleeds into just the gypsum. But you notice that there are some pressed in sconces that have been nailed into the walls past that house these cased in oil lanterns that are still burning. So you go from this federal government lighting into what is gas lamp, essentially, into the rest of the mine. But the second that you start to get past the concrete of it all, you begin hearing things now. These awful, awful laughs. Like someone has lost all control of themselves. And then screaming from down past the left-hand side of a fork you're coming to that is bouncing off of the walls and tearing somewhere. Like the sound of awful, grotesque breaking of bones, of body, of mind. It sounds like birth. All of these things bounce off of every wall of this place, and it becomes this awful combination at the center of this fork that you're coming to, which essentially has three paths: the left, the middle, and the right. But that is what you're working with.
Cool. So is it like screaming's coming from one, laughing's coming from another, and sounds of violence are coming from the third, or is it just kind of
combination in every direction? You couldn't tell which has what. You're assuming maybe they all have a little bit of everything. You're also finding that you're casting your shadow across some awful on the ground, discarded meat, the viscera of dead animals, dead people. You can make out some bones in amongst it all, but you can smell the fetid meat as you cross over it. Red masses of flesh that have been congregated into singular tumorous collections. It smells in here.
Well, that answers one question. I'm gonna. Is there a breeze from any of these tunnels? Like there's any kind of air movement throughout here?
Give me a wits plus awareness with your extra die.
Cool.
I think you might be muted. Or am I? I don't know. Give me 1 second. Yes, I'm muted. Hold on. I'm not hearing you guys.
You're not muted. We can hear you.
Oh,
we can't
I
hear
got you.
you.
I meant I couldn't hear you guys.
Yeah, Lev is.
Okay. Back with Sister Mercy. Are there any actions here outside of the bungalow? We'll come back to you, Mal, as soon as we can hear you.
Have you heard the name Sentinel?
Oh, Lord, yes, of course. What kind of a nun would I be had I not known the name? As biblical as anything else I've read. Have you heard the name Sentinel? Are you invoked?
I have.
And what is it you'd like to know that you bring this name to me?
What is it?
It's exactly what the Bible tells you. If you'd really like to know, I have an answer for you, but you have to find it yourself.
Okay.
Walk into the mine. At its deepest point, you will know his name.
Raguel just looks at Sybil.
Have you walked into the mine?
Oh, no. I'm the keeper of the pilgrimage. I haven't undertaken it myself, not until he calls on me to do so. Someone has to watch the door.
All right. I feel like we've gotten everything we can from here.
I agree. Sister Mercy, thank you for your time.
Of course. Do you intend to partake in the pilgrimage?
I do.
So good to hear. I wish you all the best. And just know that should anything go awry, Sister Mercy is always watching over you. I take care of all of my children.
Where are your children?
Spreading, if anything is to be done correctly.
Understood. And Sybil leaves.
I do the same.
Mal, are you back with us?
Walking away.
What'd you say, Serge?
Burrows is just kind of watching this whole thing, reporting back to Niles and Jackie. They're walking away. Seems like everything's okay so far.
Okay.
No sign of Mal.
Okay.
Mal, inside the cave, you had a question about airflow, yes?
Yes, my airflow question. And my question before you give me that answer is, if I have 4 crits, that's 8, right?
Yes.
So 10.
10 successes.
On a completely useless thing.
Okay. Hell yeah. The center path has a steady airflow. You think it probably is the most cavernous, or a way through.
If that's the most cavernous, I think I'm gonna go down that way, and then if I need to double back, because usually when there's airflow, that means there's another exit on the other end of a cave.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the direction I want to go for now, just so I can find out if there is. So if I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, kind of thing.
Okay. Are you continuing down here quickly? Are you taking your time? Are you looking for things along the way?
I think it's just kind of a general alertness and taking stock. I don't think I'm necessarily looking for... Well, no, that's a lie. I think there is the general awareness, but I also think there's scanning for anything that could be like leading to a center. Like if there are like tendrils of something leading to a center, or if they're like very much the like roots that Sybil was talking about imagery.
Okay. Continuing down, you become increasingly aware that you are getting closer to the sources of those sounds, as 2 tunnels on either side of you across thin rock walls between. There is a sound of bodies hitting the floor hard and then colliding themselves forward. And again, those mad voices screaming into it. You can hear as it sounds as though two bodies have ran into each other. And then again, more of those ripping and tearing noises as bodies are broken into on the other side of this wall you're riding. And the screams die down for just a second until again those heavy noises of the bodies in motion begin to move. And you can feel the mine shake beneath you with the power of their bodies.
I'll probably slow down. I'm kind of an amount of incorporeal because I'm just a 2D shadow. Mm-hmm. But I'm still trying not to get knocked into by anything that could understand my presence, I guess. Right. So I think Mal starts slowing down at this point and just moving a little more cautiously.
Okay. Moving down cautiously through the main path, you eventually reach a larger clearing that is essentially a pile of bodies. In four corners, alongside where there are two paths leading left and right, against every wall space there is available is a pile of viscera, and what can only be described as shells of what human beings used to be, like their skin peeled free from their casings, like they had been vacuum sealed, like everything from inside was turned to husk. And these husked individuals sit on top of piles of additional viscera, organs, flesh, muscle, bone. But at the center is something that feels wrong. In the center of the room is a perfectly black cathedral. Small, not much larger than you are. Maybe 10 feet at its spire. And it sits in the center of this room, floating above the floor. And it looks to be made completely of shadow. And in among those watchtowers, the spires that make up this Gothic cathedral, are these pockets. Shadow breaks for these upside down crosses. And as you approach, the doors to this cathedral begin to open. Is there anything you'd like to do?
You said it was floating.
Imagine about 4 feet off the ground is where the foundation of this cathedral begins.
Okay.
And it is maybe 8 feet by 8 feet and 12 feet tall.
Okay. I'd like to go I'd like to stay like arm's reach back from the foundation of the doors they were closed and they have opened as I entered.
Second you came into the room.
I'm on recon. I'm gonna get a little closer and see if I can see what's in there, who is in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
One second.
Actually, good time for a team question. Who has the flare?
I do.
Burrows.
Okay, cool.
Make a resolve plus composure roll.
Cool. And I have an extra die on that, yes? For resolve?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, my composure is so low. Where is resolve? There it is. Composure plus resolve. So 3 of those. And then 1 more. Yes. Okay. I'm going to use a willpower.
Okay.
Reroll 2 dice. Because the others are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay. The doors open. You look inside. It's miniaturized. But it reminds you of your church back in Vegas. It's the outfit of it. The pews, the artwork, all of it wrapped in shadow. And it's when you hear her voice that you realize that this is a manipulation. Your sister calling out, asking you to tell her another story, to come inside. It's dark in here. She needs someone to turn on a light.
Mal's gonna do kind of a perimeter on it. All the way around. And then come back to the door and hear Lydia asking for the light. She knows better than that. She can do it herself. She's big enough to do it herself. And I'm gonna start walking back out of the cave.
You spot something on the ground. It's slacked in blood. So much so that some of the writing is hard to read. But you find something that looks like maybe another page from that journal.
Great.
I'm going to send it to you right now.
I scoop it, yeah.
And if you could, if you'd like to, you can read to the others what this says.
You got it. Entry, day 6, maybe 7. I thought the beast would come and go, that I could wrestle it back like always. But he was right. It's not a fight. It's a door. And every time it opens, more of me stays behind. The others have gone silent. I heard Mina scream 3 days ago. Then chewing. Then silence. I found my name in the dirt. Scrawled with blood. Then I spat on it. I don't want it back. Entry, last. I saw him in the dark last night. Abel. There's something wearing him. He said, "You are almost ready." I tried to speak, but my tongue only grew. I hope I forget you. I hope I forget everything. When I wake again, I will be holy. I will be ready for him.
By the page you found, scrawled along the wall, over and over again. In pieces, you can see where the fingernails broke and became lodged in the wall. The word Abel. Over and over and over again.
God, I wish I'd played attention in Sunday school.
Mal, could you make a wits plus awareness roll?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and add an additional die.
Okay. What's up with my rolling today? 5 again. Oh, balls.
You see it just before it knocks you back, and you feel your shoulder straight into the wall. Something that is maybe 9 feet tall, huge, white, burly, changed. The elbows have extended, and the wrists have broken out to become larger, crawling claws that have extended out into the rocks just by your head as you collide with the wall. You take 3 superficial damage as this long, black-haired individual has drawn you out of your tenebrous avatar and pulled you through into the world.
What?
Exercising you through. This massive nude creature is as wide as maybe 3 of you together and is hounding across this room, running out of this cathedral and into the walls, the viscera, the piles around this place as it makes play out of these corpses. It is mad, it is without direction, and it is inches away from coming back for you. I need you to make an action here.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Okay. None of those are fucking useful to me. My action is to fucking run.
Okay. Give me a dexterity plus athletics.
Boy, oh boy, am I not an athletic little guy. 3 successes.
Okay.
I was so excited to be like, I'm 2D. I don't take any fire and sunlight. Nope.
You break into a sprint, trying desperately to go back the way you came, and now you can hear even more movement on the sides of you, but more importantly, you can hear it behind you. Faster and faster until you can hear the stomps just shy of your feet, as you can feel the breath of this creature on your back. It's hulking over you. Its hands just about as long as your torso and enough to scoop you up and cradle you like a child. Its teeth have extended past its lips and through, enough that its fangs, its canines have become long needles, almost as long as your forearms in extension. It is just on top of you, and you're going to take another 2 superficial damage as he knocks you into the side of the wall as you're running through. Your intention is to get out to the sun, out to the nightlife, I should say.
Yeah, I think at this point, I don't know if Mal's even thinking about stealth anymore. I think they're trying to warn the others and are just screaming, "It's coming! It's coming! I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's coming!"
Outside, you are greeted to the vision just as you hear the voice of Mal, corporeal again, running towards the front of the mall, and behind it, a massive wight that is closing in on it. Sinewy, powerful muscle causing its gait to pounce after the smaller Mal, and all of you have a vision of this as we all come into contact with this thing. What are we going to do about it?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you're muted.
Burrows, you're muted.
Burrows is taking the rifle.
I have an idea.
Let's see what he does with it. Burrows?
He sees through the rifle, Mal running through. Oh shit! And he just kind of lines up a shot, and I think he's going to try to aim for like one of the kneecaps or one of the legs of this thing to slow it down.
Yeah, give me a firearms plus dexterity.
Key firearms. Here we go. 1 success.
1 success. What does this look like as you land a shot on that knee?
Burrows has never actually used a sniper rifle before. He was hoping he wouldn't have to, and so he just kind of does the best he can, but he probably hasn't like set the scope correctly and just fires and probably goes wide.
Got it. It connects, but it just grazes, sending this shot of tar-like black vitae shooting free from that pail. white, shining body. The thing barely even notices as the high-powered round shoots straight through its skin, hell-bent on killing Mao.
When I see that it fails, I just pull out my flare and I hold it up in the air because I'm kind of on the ground. I say, flare, in case we need it.
Got it.
Flare at it.
Niles, did you have something?
I think Niles is going to run towards Mao.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
I called for Spoons to come to the Red Rocks.
Yes.
Do I know where he is?
You could definitely call on him.
I do want to call on him.
Okay, beautiful. Let's have an animalism plus manipulation.
Three successes.
3 successes. Beautiful. You've how do you call on Spoons? What's the call to action?
It's just kind of a look up to the sky. I want him to get in a position where he can put space between Mao and this wight by diving down, and then I'm gonna join him. So once he dives down and strikes, I'm gonna come in with a strike as well.
Beautiful. Okay, there's no sign of Spoons yet, but you do hear in the distance this ratcheting, almost chainsaw-like roar of this massive creature you've created for yourself, and you know for a fact that he is on the way. Other actions?
Shooting with the shotgun, I guess.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go with Raguel with the shotgun first. Raguel, are you getting closer for that shot?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead and give me a firearms plus dexterity shot.
That's 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay.
And that should be like plus. If it's close range, I think it's plus 3 damage.
Okay. Yeah, what does this look like as you empty a shot into the wight there?
Yeah, just seeing Mal running from this thing just gets as close as he possibly can while still being semi out of reach, and just brings it up and focuses that front sight right on its midsection and just rocks off a shot.
You pepper it, and it shoots gelatinous vitae everywhere across its chest, streaking itself with this tattoo of its own blood. It screams out, but not in any uncertain beast's voice, in a man's voice. An awful death call, like someone is trapped somewhere behind that white, glassy-eyed, lost kindred. Jackie, you had something for me.
Jackie is going to go ahead and I'm hitting my my fleetness. So
Celerity.
Thank you. We're getting there. I'm waving, but I know I have a gun. But when Raguel shoots, my intention is to run as fast that I can't catch. But I'm going to take that dagger and hit both the Achilles tendons so it can drop to the ground.
Beautiful. Give me a melee plus dexterity. Oh.
Dex with melee. Question, because I'm moving very, very fast. This is just me being extra. Am I allowed to add another die? You could say no.
What does celerity afford you here? Do you have anything that celerity adds?
For weaving, basically, it just I perceive everything as very slow. Like I can actually dodge bullets and all that.
Yeah, if there's no mechanical reaction here, I don't think it adds anything to the roll.
Okay. There. 4 successes?
4 successes. Okay. What does this look like as you cut these Achilles tendons?
Basically, when the shot goes off from Raguel and that vitae is being splattered, that's where I would say that's when Jackie just starts like time slows down, and Jackie just starts speeding past, going around and kind of doing like a sliding on the knees past, and just slicing the Achilles tendons on both sides. So
beautiful.
Hopefully they'll drop.
Sybil.
I'm gonna twin your move. While you're going low, I'm going high, and I'm gonna use feral weapons, which I succeed on my rouse check. And I don't want it to scream to gather anything else. Okay. So I'm going to try to flood its throat and slice its neck.
Trying to shut it up. I like that. Perfect. Go ahead and give me a strength plus brawl, and then of course anything that your weapons add on to.
Oh yes, two additional. That's cocked. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 successes.
Okay. Yeah. You succeed. Describe to me what this looks like.
I think at the same time that Jackie is swiping at this, there's a twin split screen as Sybil is swiping at the throat, and it's good. It's good. There's no feathers yet, but we're feeling birdie.
Beautiful. At the end of all of these actions from all of you, the wight, its screams paused for only a moment as Sybil collides on top. It's dealing with a lot, but after it's lost its initial interest in Mal, it plucks you out of the sky, Sybil, and essentially in these big, massive hands takes you and slams you as hard as they can into the ground with full control here. Go ahead and make me a dodge roll to try and mitigate this. Let's get athletics plus dexterity.
Athletics plus dexterity. Okay. I'm gonna use a willpower. 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay. Okay. With a margin of 7, you take 7 superficial damage. Of course, this is halved, so you take 4 total. 4 total superficial damage as essentially you land neck first into the hard, solid, packed red rock below, and all of you hear the audible crunch as that wight smashes Sybil back down for daring to go for its mouth. In the same moment, they are going to turn and try and grab Mal by the leg. Mal, same thing. Give me a dexterity plus athletics.
Can I willingly fail it?
Sure.
I think I will, because I want to do something to its arm.
Okay, what are you doing?
I want to Nope, not Umbra's Clutch. I want to Touch of Oblivion it, which withers a body part.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and you'll make your roll for that. I'll make my roll for hitting.
I do get hungrier. And then... it's Oblivion. And then I think it's Oblivion plus melee, if I remember correctly. Six successes.
Okay, they do take the full damage of those 6 successes as you wither their arm. What does this look like?
Mal, once it's out in the open and it's not only following Mal, they kind of skid to a stop, and as it scoops them from I guess like a side swipe of a thing, Mal almost like moves with it and pushes the arm up and then pulls it back down, and just shadow coalesces around it as they push up, and it pulls it back toward like the sand of the desert, almost like not quite like a restraint, obviously, but just like enough to pull it into the ground.
Colliding it with The earth, it begins to wither and almost like a state of necrosis turn fully black and decrepit against its side, and you can see it hug the arm to its chest. But in that same moment, it grips your leg, Mal, and for an unmitigated margin of 11, you take, we're going to call it 6 superficial damage as it pulls your leg fully free from its socket and snaps it at the knee like a chicken bone.
Mal is barely conscious, and kind of rolls with it and tries to just squirm away in the desert sand. They're looking extremely fucked up.
There is this new howling that comes from it, almost like an ape that is colliding over itself. And with that withered arm, he begins smacking himself in the face with it, crying these bloody tears that fall below. And Raguel, as you're close with that shotgun, you've watched Mal just maybe lose their leg. You've watched Sybil be crashed into the ground. You swear as soon as that thing opens his mouth and begins to scream those strange ape-like noises, you swear that from inside of them you can hear climbing out of their throat, holy, 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 hallelujah. We come back to your actions. What all are you doing? Let's start with Burrows.
Seeing that all of his friends are engaging, puts his pants up because they were probably sliding down a little bit, and just starts running in that direction. Even if he can't get close enough, he'll probably pull out that flare and just do his best to aim in the direction of the head of this thing, just to see if it scares it away.
Got it. Go ahead and make me a dexterity plus firearms. Go ahead and add an additional die to this attack.
That's 3 successes.
With 3 successes. Okay. The flare connects and it sits in that thing's chest, and you watch as it starts to burn through. And again, more of those strange crying noises escape from this thing as it wildly begins to flail and fall back and clamor against its own chest, fighting that withered, darkened arm against it to flail off the flare. It's definitely distracted, it's hurt, and it's reacting accordingly. Any other actions here?
Yeah, I'm gonna get up as close to this thing as I possibly can, and if I can, I'm gonna jam the fucking shotgun in its mouth and pull the trigger.
Okay. We're gonna put this roll in contested nature, just because you're getting so close. Let's have a roll against each other. You go ahead and give me a dexterity plus firearms, and he's going to try and fight you off.
Got it. 6 successes.
Okay. The shotgun fires for a success. What does this look like as you rev that thing up against its face?
Yeah, just seeing Mal in the condition they're in, seeing Sybil being slammed to the ground, seeing Burrows firing the flare, and just everything kind of very quickly devolving. It's just, fight, flight, or freeze, and at this point it's fight. So Raguel just charges in, disregarding the fire, disregarding the flare, and just gets as close to this thing as he can, smelling it, feeling the heat of its breath, and just jams that shotgun either right up under its jaw or right down its fucking throat and just squeezes the trigger.
Okay. At the same point that the buckshot connects with its face and peppers out enough that you can begin to see the human skull that sits behind this warped body, you can feel 6 digits enter your chest, just below your thoracic cage, right through your diaphragm, through to the other side, and the rest of you are treated to a human wrist that extends out through Ethan like a puppet. You take 8 superficial damage that is already halved.
Cool.
Actions.
How healthy is this mofo? Is he like dying, or is he like is he going?
It's hard to tell. You're all already dead.
That's
you know
fair.
what it's like to see creatures like this. You've seen Kindred get up after being shot entirely through the forehead. But if you were gauging off of physicality, his ankles are marred, his chest is burst through, his skull is exposed, his mouth is cut open. He's been hurt tremendously, and there is vitae dripping everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, somewhere in the distance, Niles, you can hear the screams of something else brewing in the desert. Something maybe attracted to the smell.
What I would like to, yes, because Jackie's technically behind it because of the slide over.
Mhm.
Jackie, although has the knife, I'm debating about cutting its fucking head off, or just because I also have a gun to shoot it in the back of the neck. I'm gonna go ahead and let me see my strength. I'm gonna pull out my own weapon and literally just go in the back of the neck and like right where the spinal cord, see if I can just shoot it there.
Okay, beautiful. Give me a dexterity plus firearms.
Yes.
Add an extra die onto that.
Okay. Whew. Jesus, Parker. 5 successes.
Okay.
I don't know if that sounds good. Hopefully.
Yeah, you blow a considerable hole in at that spine, and you can definitely see the chunks that come out the other side as this spray of gore happens upon Ethan as the hand removes itself from his center chest. But you definitely have heard it. Niles?
I'm gonna do something I think a little insane, but I've been saving this for a while, and I might as well fucking use it.
Yes.
I'm sprinting over there. I'm hoping that Spoons and I are gonna to combo this. But before that, Niles has that long sleeve shirt on. They're gonna take that off, but they're going to use horrid form.
Beautiful.
I gotta roll. I think it was 2 rouse checks I gotta roll for that. Let's see. Surprisingly, we've succeeded on both of those with
right.
10s. That's crazy.
Hunger won't get in the way.
Hunger won't get in the way, but Niles recognizes that this creature is a beast, and as I'd reminded Raguel that the only way to beat a beast is to become a beast themselves, Niles is going to grow to about 8 feet tall. Their limbs are going to be quite long compared to their body. You're going to see the sprouting of 4 wings on the back of their body. They're going to almost just become a very feral looking individual. They are moving, their whole their whole body is contorting. It's muscle and flesh and bone shifting to meet a shape that fits this. And they're going to just run straight towards this wight in an attempt to just tear it to shreds.
Beautiful. Go ahead and give me a strength plus brawl, and then whatever horrid form awards you here.
What's this? An insane pool standby.
Roll for insanity.
Four. Then you said how much horrid form gives you?
Mm-hmm.
Horrid form, I believe, is an insane pool. 9 successes.
Okay. What does this look like as you attack the wight?
It's an immediate collision. It's taking those like long talon hands that Niles always has, and it's just diving into the body and tearing it apart. It's taking bites out of it. It's an overall just savage and ruthless display, like an animal just finding prey and tearing it apart and consuming it whole.
Give me an animalism plus brawl roll.
Four successes.
Okay. With all of that, you have it pinned down to the ground. You're eating it and destroying the pieces that are left. And at that moment, that soaring chainsaw scream up in the sky illuminates as Spoons is above you. If you'd like to have Spoons do anything at this moment, you are more than welcome to. That was your success pool for whatever it is he's doing.
Can I grab this thing and with my just strength throw it up in the air for Spoons to grab and tear whatever piece off of it?
Absolutely. You rise it above your head, still gripping it, not enough strength to toss a thing of this caliber, but more than enough to hold it over your head for slim pickings. And you offer the wight up to Spoons, whose Spoons comes to rest on that chest, and like a Greek tragedy, splits the wight from the center in and begins pecking in at the entrails. The wight seems to be at the end of its life here, but is still scrambling to fight against Spoons. Sybil, you still have an action. Mal, you still have an action.
Okay, I want to use... Sybil's still pretty much imprinted in the ground right now. I think Eyes to the Sky. I'm going to use some of our special birthday money XP for basically the moonlight over this fight starts to get covered by the sheer wave, the dense crowd of vulture feathers. Using animal dominion, they summon, it says tens to hundreds of vultures to pick at this thing.
Okay, beautiful. Give me an animalism plus brawl.
Wait, that's Brawl. That's another guy.
Just FYI, Burrows is running in and grabbing Mal and working on dragging them away.
Oh, thank you.
8 successes.
8 successes. Beautiful. Burrows, give me a strength plus athletics.
Honestly, while you go for Mal, after Sybil's, you may help Sybil
2
up.
successes.
Okay. The wight, trapped in by the grip that changed Niles, pecked in by Spoons as that razor-sharp chainsaw beak begins to split down the middle. And then the vultures pulling entrails free from it. The hands still and fall and become this strange still painting in the sky as it finally loses steam and dies. It turns to dust there in the palm of your hands and withers away into the night breeze as suddenly everything becomes very quiet. Burrows, dragging Mal away. Mal, roll me a wits plus awareness.
Cool. Do I get my little fun extra die for this one?
Yeah.
Cool. 2. Okay. You said wits and awareness. Okay. 5 successes.
As Burrows is doing everything in his power to keep you safe, he's dragging you back away from the fray as the dust begins to line both of your faces as the wight disappears. Your eye catches the bungalow to your right, where Sister Mercy stands, teacup in hand, watching, eerily calm. And from within the bungalow, a form steps out into the threshold. Long black coat, designer suit, tipped business shoes, silver white hair. He sets his hand to the shoulder of Sister Mercy, and within a flash, they are a shadow and then gone.
Mal starts fighting back against Burrows, trying to drag themselves toward where he is.
Hold on, what the hell is wrong?
No, we have to get him. He's here.
Who? And I'm looking around.
He was in there. We should have. It was a fucking distraction. Go in there. Get in there. Someone get in there.
Do we see it?
There's no one to be seen at this point. They've become shadow, the same that Mal has in the past.
Get him. Please go get him.
Get him. We got to get the hell out of here. What is there left for us to do here? All that combat has definitely attracted some wights.
No.
I'll look to the building she's or to that they're suggesting, and just like look to see if I see any movement at all.
Burrows, you don't imagine that you've never been able to find Mal this way. It's going to be a difficult find for you to find an even older Lasombra this way. Without insight, I'd tell you that you have slim chances of catching up.
Caleb, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry. Sergio, finish, please.
It's just a glance, basically, just trying to make sure that there isn't something I'm missing, and then when I see nothing, I'll just kind of go down and start kind of holding Mal and calming them down, like seeing the broken limbs and trying to keep them from hurting themselves even further.
Looking at this nun in the brief glance that I get of her, do I recognize her?
Being able to really put eyes on her, you remember briefly when your sister was going to elementary school that occasionally the local church would have farmers markets on the school campus as a way to lecture to the students, to bring them through. And you remember that the hospice center in your hometown very frequently brought bake sale goods to that farmer's market. You remember a woman, she had eyes then, very kind, always very sweet with your sister. But there's also something pressing here, Mal. Here in this moment, you know that cathedral, whatever shrine was waiting for you in the center of this mine, it must be the thing that is causing all of this. At least this portion of it.
It's his fucking fault. It's all fucking him. And he got away again. I don't know where the fuck he is now.
I got a lot of questions to make sense of this. What'd you see inside the cave?
There's a church. There's my church, and it's Minnie, and she was in there, but she wasn't in there, and he's just fucking with me. He's just fucking with me, John.
Burrows is kind of realizing he's out of his depth with all of this, and kind of looking at the others. Maybe we should take a look at Mal, see what they're talking about.
I'm a big old monster right now.
Give me the flare gun.
I'll hand it over.
In the background, as the flare gun is passed over, there is a sound in the distance. Shrieks. Huge, powerful shrieks. They're far,
Sybil.
but they won't be far for long.
Are we staying
Sybil.
and fighting?
No, you're getting them out of here.
But what about this
Where
church
are you
they're talking
going?
about?
Exactly. No, where are you going?
Yeah,
We're
no,
staying
no.
together. No, don't go. No one go anywhere.
Yeah,
Please.
We're leaving. We are leaving.
Please,
We have to-
all of us
we have-
together.
We have to break it.
Break what? Get the adjectives, nerves, vowels, people. Give me a fucking sentence. What do we need to do now?
Fuck up and get them out of here.
That doesn't help.
Wait a minute. No, come on.
No.
We're in this together. Let's figure
Yes.
this out.
Please, we have to
Raguel.
stay together.
Raguel,
I'm
shut up.
walking
Just
down
say it.
there, and whoever's
No.
coming with me comes with me.
Ethan!
Look, if it's down there, maybe we gotta listen to what he says and destroy it.
We're fucking breaking it then. No, yeah. If we're breaking it, we're breaking it.
It was
Together.
made of
Let's-
shadow. It might be gone now. It might just be gone now.
We're gonna make
Raguel
sure.
starts walking.
Fuck.
Jackie
can
is
go-
actually going to go ahead and run up ahead with her speed to see what she sees.
There's so many. There's husks. There's goo. There's.
Mal, if it's there,
I need a majority athletics dexterity roll.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Am I at any kind of disadvantage for my leg?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm helping you, so maybe the two of us.
I would
have
say
kinda-
anyone who took damage from the wight is remove 1 dice from your pool.
Yeah, one
Okay.
success.
Yeah.
cool.
2. Mal's just going on rage.
2
Two.
seconds. 2. Oh, 5. 5 successes.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
One
Beast
success.
your crit.
Rolling. 4 successes.
Okay, currently you have 2 successes for the majority. Would anyone like to use some willpower?
I
My
can
pull isn't
burn
that
them.
high.
My
I
pool's
can't.
pretty good. I'll
can't.
burn another one.
If I
You
beast
already
your,
succeeded, Jackie.
Oh.
You don't need to.
I was gonna say,
You need
can- does-
Niles, Burrows, Mal,
It was a dexterity plus stealth.
athletics.
Oh,
Everything's
can't.
hunger dice for me, and I can't. And I took 1 hunger die away.
No. You're good.
It's all up to Burrows.
Do it, Burrows.
willpower. Come on.
Come on, John.
Okay, that is 2 successes.
Okay. The sound is cacophonous in this mine, and you can hear them in every corner. It's like they're pooling together, becoming one voice. But all of you are moving faster. You're kicking up dirt, scrambling along the walls. Some of you fall, and the others pick them back up. And eventually it's through into the middle passageway, and you can feel the air on your body, and you can hear them behind you. You get into that center room, and what was waiting for you is exactly as Mal described. Bizarre, floating, black-shadowed cathedral. Raguel, you immediately recognize a song from within it. Holy, holy, holy. Hallelujah.
Before he gets close enough, I grab the back of his shirt. It's gonna lie to you. Be ready, it's gonna fucking lie to you.
From where I'm at, I'm just gonna shoot the flare gun at it.
Okay. Burrows, did you have anything before you did this?
Yeah, Burrows pulls out the grenade he said he brought and
Oh.
gesture towards Mal. You want to do the honors?
It's gonna send us all running, but
this is a great time to say that gypsum is a flame retardant.
fuck.
Also,
I bet
can-
that's why it's down here.
Yeah, so blow it up good.
It's 4 successes on that flare gun
Beautiful.
firing.
Let's see how the grenade helps.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucked up, but I'll hug it. Same roll.
Yes.
Another 3 successes.
Okay. Raguel, right before you fire the flare, you hear something from out of that cathedral. The doors open to you now. It's the sound of a bell, the sort of bell that plays when someone walks into a diner late at night. And then a voice, soft and low. Don't you know we're going to be late? You know he's coming. And then the flare is fired, the grenade tossed, and they meet in the middle. Beautiful explosive symmetry. The only way that engine handles anything. We blew it the fuck up. And the cathedral burns. And what is left there is a podium with a book underneath. The journal, you imagine, had been there all along, now that the illusion of this cathedral melts away. And the prayers of whatever the prophet Abel has said begins to burn below. And the wights everywhere begin to scream. All in unison. The sound is awful. But the movement stops. And what's left is a dash out of this place before the grenade has a chance to carry after you. Give me your final dexterity plus athletics roll. You need a majority here. Everyone have a roll.
Okay. What was it again?
Dexterity athletics.
Yep. Okay. Fuck my life, dude.
Smoke.
Oh, I'm not muted.
3 successes.
Oh no, I agree. Fuck my life.
2 successes.
Actually, hold on.
Mine
Yeah,
for Mal.
1 success.
3 successes.
4 successes! I've been
That's
on
good.
fire today!
Okay.
Yep, majority. Mal falls over. Raguel falls over. Burrows, you pick them back up. You get them back up. Leading the charge as all of you push every fiber of your being to get out of that tunnel. As what's even worse than the fire at your backs, the wights begin to mobilize. But they seem distracted, lost, changed at the moment that those words were taken away from them. And the music begins to stop. You all have managed to get out of the tunnel, and you make a break for down the hill and through that fencing. There's one last shot in the flare by the time you've broken the fence. Would anyone
20.
like to fire?
Use it to distract the whites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whites are
Yep.
to let them know that we need help.
Yep. Oh, go ahead.
If anything, if you have the flare gun, I could take Mao, because I still have my speed, and I could carry them on my, like a piggyback ride.
I don't want to leave
You're
it.
running out of time.
Yeah. So give me Mao and shoot it.
Shoot
Good
it.
decision, Raguel. Is it at them or for them?
It's for them.
Okay, you shoot high to the sky.
Yep.
High to the sky, the flare goes off. And you can see in the distance on a horizon that feels far too far away. Lights begin to sound. And a vehicle takes off in the distance. A Jeep Rubicon on its way. And whether you're in that vehicle when we return next, we'll find out in a year.
Are you serious? Are you serious? What the fuck?
Fuck. Fuck.
No!
Oh, finale. Finale did do a finale, huh?
To do a finale.
There we go. Thank
Viva
you
Las
so
Vegas.
much for being with us for season 2 of Vegas by Night. It's
Wow.
my great pleasure that I get to be here, that I get to be a part of this, and God willing, we'll be back next year. Baby.
Don't you
Yeah, we will.
effing tease me,
That was
you
awesome.
It was such a good idea to go back in the
Jesus.
cave. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Good shit.
That was awesome. Wow, come full circle.
Yeah, started with the whites, ending with the whites.
Caleb.
Twitch
Good
is like,
shit,
a year?
dude.
Caleb.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know. Oh, it feels like it's going to be way too long, huh?
I want to
Yep.
throw up right now. Fuck you.
That was fucking wild, dude.
This has been a very
Jesus.
satisfying season. We've gotten
It's
a
been a
lot
great
done.
season.
A lot done. Definitely more than season 1, for sure.
Crazy. Crazy what happens.
That was awesome.
Thank you all. That was great.
Thank you.
Feeling very generous. You all can take 4 experience points.
Hey.
And if you'd like, you can prepare anything that you would like to accomplish in downtime between now and season 3. If there are things you'd like to do in the behind the scenes, I can tell you a little bit about where we're going and maybe share with our patrons what's happening in between. But we can have some little discussions on what it is you want to handle for all of your characters while
blowing up those
we wait
DMs
a
already.
long time before we get to be them again.
You can do
Thanks
one
everybody
shot.
in the chat today, hanging out with us.
Thank you,
We had
everyone.
Greg,
God
and Fire
damn.
Witch.
Greg,
really
Daryl.
appreciate here.
Wow,
Daryl's
Daryl.
with us.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking it out.
Thank you to everyone who's going to join us on the VOD. We appreciate you guys
Yes.
ending this out with us.
Yeah, can't wait to hear your thoughts, friends.
Yeah.
Before we go, I think we have a special little treat.
Yeah, as a final treat, we want to show you the trailer for our new show, the opener for our new show, Inevitable. So stick around and watch that as we get to geek out on what's next.